Hello. Hello. Why is my microphone all the way over here? Hello. All right. Hopefully audio is all good. I should have touched nothing since the last stream we did of this. So if it isn't all good, I'll be very confused. But what's new? Hello everybody. My name is Welcome. No. Hello. I have gotten both episode 1 and episode 2 of this game. I need to actually get set up with... I forgot to run ads in the 15 minutes starting soon. That's fine. People are just gonna have to deal with the pre-roll ads. It's fine. Classic mistake. Alright. Wait, so if I do continue... Or is it new case? Episode 1. I'm guessing they don't have a bearing on each other. So I just hit new case episode 1 and it works. Because I don't think there are multiple endings for each case from how the last one sort of went. I'm just going to assume that's how it works. So we are starting episode 1. As a recap, episode 0, we were defending a... I think I was dubbing them as like Spanish or Puerto Rican man who was accused of killing his wife. And also was accused of being the heartbreak killer. Carlos, we managed to defend Carlos with the extra knowledge we had from the fact that we were the killer. However, now I am only interested in the lesbian Deathnote between her and the other girl. That's the only thing I care about now. I'm probably gonna forget all the voices I was doing for the characters and do new ones. I apologize in advance. But we will see. Note, from what I know, we will not be finishing this episode in one stream. I think we will probably get to a decent stopping point, and then I will wrap up the episode. That'll wrap up the stream. So probably we play for like 3-4 hours and then wrap it up. 3 times longer. Yeah, so my sort of logic is if we get maybe 4-5 hours done, then we'll probably be able to finish it the next stream. But it's also going to depend on my voice, because doing all the voices is a little straining. So if my voice starts to die, I might have to end the stream a little early. But anyways, let's go with episode 1. You could choose to play episode 1 in high roller mode. In high roller mode, you're limited to 1 save slot, and you won't be able to reload your saves while inside the courtroom. Quick saving and auto saves will be disabled as well, so remember to save regularly. The minimum ante for hands will be increased. The minimum and maximum penalties for answering incorrectly during trial gameplay will be increased. Ooh. But the maximum ante is exclusive phone charm. Exclusive phone charm. This episode contains time-sensitive choices. Oh, we're getting so much more gameplay in our game. Okay, good to know. Testimony segments. Objectable words or clauses will become red when you prepare to call on them. Okay. This additional hinting can be disabled in the settings menu. You can adjust either of these features at any point without affecting your high roller. And discard save scumming. Pursue this. Yeah, I want to pursue this mystery like a true gambler. We're going high roller. Yeah. Let's play like a real gambler. High roller mode. Okay. Which means we're gonna need to save often. Disable tutorials? No. If we're going high roller, give me all the tutorials you can. Pretty please. Why? Okay, when you start a character in Shadow, I have no idea what voice to do for them. Listen, I wanted to thank you for coming over. Wanted to thank you for coming over. I'm just gonna assume that's a robot, hopefully. Figures you'd notice. Anyone could tell something's bothering you. You're the first person to say anything. What happened? The police came to see me. In public? No, they wanted to be considerate of my privacy. See, I pressed disable tutorials. Fixed. Perfect. Okay. Perfect. That's a first. They wanted to talk to me about the other week. About my whereabouts and yours. I told them I didn't know anything. Who are these people? They must have loved that. Funny. What would you have done? In your shoes, probably curse them out. No, that's definitely not a robot. Yeah, haha. I could see that. You're gonna risk your treasure? Ooh. Danger. Dangerous. Alright, I'm also really hoping that the timed actions of streamer bots start working this stream. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to go live on a test stream just to fix everything, because it broke when I updated it, I think. No. Not even a favor in return? No favors lost between friends, I say. I have no clue. Wait. Wait one sec. I got a alert box. Okay, here we go. Now that's working. All right. 44? Wow, okay, you are getting rich. That sounds like a toast. Why not to friends? I don't know what to voice those two as. Oh. Red. Glass him. Wait, young voice. Glass him. Vandalism detected. Incident logged. Recorded at 8:55 local AM local time. Geopositional data encoded. If I could have all citizens in the area. Beep off. Like the. I love how the game censors it. Whatever. Not off, copper. Okay. Visuals impaired. Facial recognition compromised. Pinging nearby opt-ins for corroborating evidence. Hey, he's lighting up every phone on the block. We need to go now, or what? No, or what? He'll use his indoor voice? Or he'll have us pinned down to our denial records before you can say we're Morning, Officer Leo. You look different today. Ooh. You do something new with your uniform? Good morning to you too, Morgan citizen. To answer your question, no, I have not undergone any recent retrofitting. If you'd like a more detailed record of my maintenance history, you can make a request for... I've got it. Must be a new cone of paint. You're referring to the act of vandalism that just took place. Only the most recent one. Super Cop over here has a new dent every time I see him. Scars honorably earned in the line of duty. Scanning the street for jaywalkers and loiterers. Don't worry, ma'am. A report has been filed and the police are working to resolve the situation. Civil disobedience at this time of day? What's the world coming to? They're just stragglers, ma'am. There was a period of unrest in the area last night. Unlicensed protesting and demonstrating without a permit. Well, I hope you threw the book at them. The disturbance was handled, but individual instances of volatility may occur during the next 48 hours as we work to apprehend outside actors. Thanks for the forecast. So does the bleeding stop on its own? Androids don't have blood, ma'am. This is just a leakage of oxidizing fluid. My mistake. So you don't need a bandage, I'll take it. The leakage will dry shortly. With that conversation thoroughly exhausted, I let my mind wander as I wait for the signal to cross. I unfocus my eyes and dull my hearing, sinking beneath the hum of the city streets, and fading through the lives bustling around me like so much sea foam. Across the way, a large man with worn hands and an ill-fitting belt turns to a gorilla-like hulk of a machine and cuffs his hands in front of his mouth. Yo, 61! The machine halts, its lifting with uncanny precision, and turns to him. We're going on break. The robot tilts its head to the side. Can't work the piler without Schwinn up on the roof, so... I don't know. Take a load off, will ya? Understood, came the over-enunciated reply. The man, already walking away, tosses a dismissive wave behind him. Yeah, understood. A moment after, the man turns the corner. The robot attempts to mimic the hand wave to no one in particular. Goddamn coppers on every street corner. At a bus stop, what used to be a bus stop, now a charging station, a passionate young man voices his democratic opinion loud enough for the whole street to hear. They declared martial law when I wasn't looking. The small woman beside him, trying hard to appear even smaller, shifts in her seat. Well, they're just doing their job, so... Bots don't have jobs, except the ones they stole from us. Notice how they don't patrol nearby so heavy in uptown, even on the worst days? His audience, captive by virtue of sharing the same charging pole as him, shuffles, coughs, and stares even harder at their phones. The woman looks at her knees and pulls at her shirt. You're kind of embarrassing me right now. Shh. He makes a vague gesture with his hand to indicate he stepped off his soapbox, and the shoulders of everyone around him relax a centimeter. Oh, now that's just... Oh, no, wait. Oh, now that's just... A woman with exhaustion in her eyes sighs at a hologram floating above her chrome-plated palm. Wow, okay, so we're getting all the lore of the world right now, while a rounded, smooth-looking android pushes a carriage behind her. Ellen, walk around the block, get her some air, would you? Apparently, this call can wait, and it's louder than a garbage disposal out here. Oh, of course, ma'am. I'll be glad to. The android punctuates its sentence with a sound halfway between a whir and a purr. Huh. Which, judging by the coos and giggles coming from the child, seems to have been well received. Huh. Robots, holograms, androids, drones. Coppers, if you prefer. Can't so much as sneeze in a city with a dozen different ads offering you a handkerchief. There's a vocal minority that thinks they're the downfall of civilization. But for everyone else, you're too kind, ma'am. Thank you for the concern. It's hard to hate them when they're so eager to please. Crosswalk's giving me the okay. Keep us safe, yeah? Have a good day, Morgan citizen. It's a bright, crisp morning in the city. Lights changing and people moving in click-clack in harmony, as smooth as clockwork. Were I in a worse mood, I would be a bit much. It would all be a bit much. But I went out last night. Oh! So I'm feeling pretty refreshed this morning. Oh, we went out in that fashion. Oh. Okay. That's... Wow. Okay, yeah, sure. I don't know if that's referring to the victim we just did a whole case on, or if that's saying it's a new one. As I reach the other end of the street, I pivot lightly and give automated dependent officer... Oh, wait. Ooh, yawn. And give automated dependent assistant officer L30 my best impression of a salute. Thank you for your service. And of course, he creaks out a mirrored response. No sense of sarcasm, the poor bastards. But I didn't come all this way downtown to poke fun at the only happily employed class in human history. No, I came down here to make an important purchase. Today, I'm gonna buy a gun. Oh wow. Oh wow, okay. Let's get a Glock. An idle mind. Okay. LQ retail. Lots of guns. Wow, okay. No staff around, but all the lights are on. Should I have knocked? Sup? This personality setting 6. The cool one. Oh, I actually like that. Of person. That's kind of neat. Let me know if I can help you with... Wait, how do I do a cool android? Let me know if I can help you with anything. I've probably forgotten more about firearms than you're programmed to remember. I bet you can. I recently acquired a license to carry concealed. Nice. Are you in law enforcement? Do you shoot for sport? Business or pleasure? Neither. May I ask why you're looking... No. May I ask why you're looking to carry concealed, ma'am? Oh, you know. Assault with a deadly weapon, cruel intent. That kind of thing. Some of my clients live in very rough neighborhoods. Even in broad daylight, coming down to the lower wards for house visits can be... I see, you're a lawyer. So I guess you'd say I'm in the market for self-defense. We have a wide selection of options for self-defense in a variety of sizes and calibers, with spread and PA fire options available. My bad, PA stands for pseudo-automatic. I know. But for concealed, it'd have to at least be smart enough to... This would go a lot faster if I just tell the desk what I want. Nah, let's be patient. But walking in here and asking for a very specific model of gun is nut behavior. I'm not trying to stand out. Some of the ones I test fired at the range left my shoulder sore for days. Do you have anything more discreet? Right, no problem. Electromagnetic pulse modules feature minimal kickback with the highest accuracy. One targeted pulse of electricity can disable attackers at medium to short range, non-lethally and quietly. Sure, they're plenty quiet, but they also have piss poor range, and even sustained fire won't do shit to any modder with insulation less than a few years old. Glorified tasers, barely suitable as party favors for anxiety-stricken college kids. Well, hopefully not too quiet. I'd want someone to come running to my rescue. Of course. Would you like to take a look at our mag rails? Bullseye. We're proud to offer a number of models that utilize the latest in miniaturized ultra-capacity batteries to generate a Lorentz force switch. Slings a slong fast enough to miss the limb at over 30 meters. And it's safe? Of course, ma'am. My bad. 2-factor safeties with GPS and emergency services sync. It won't go off unless you want it to, and someone will definitely come running. All those convenient safety features makes it incredibly easy for the police, or anyone who can dupe their tool set, to lock you out of your own gun with the flip of a switch. You couldn't walk a piece like that down a single uptown street without passing through 9 or 10 no-fire zones. They're the very worst, most useless kind of weapon a criminal could buy. Sounds perfect. How do we get started? Okay, we're apparently the very worst of criminal. Why does it feel like every desk I run into has to be such a character? Mercifully, it's tucked itself away while the fabricators get the gun tagged. I've got time to kill, so is there anything else worth checking out around the shop? Oh, we click things. Okay. Okay, let's read. Someone left a data pad out here. What's in the news today? Alright. So, to remind people, we have to remember the orange segments because one of them might be relevant. So that's the important bit. Alright. Let's go. So, a data thief known as Lobo has seized a cache of vital Keystone data files. The ransom said files back to... Oh, he wants to ransom said files back to their lawful owners at severe cost. Most prominent among them was a call for a de-escalation of all conflicts surrounding rare earth metal deposits around the equator. Impacted only their billing services. Market prices for rare earth metals surged following the hacking attack. Whoa there, looks like you're not logged in. Want to take care of that real quick? Okay, let's see. Lobo, again, or someone using their name. Suppose it doesn't matter if they're the original or not, so long as they're a genuine threat. And no one could snare a corporation as rich as Tetra without serious skills. It does keep consistent with Lobo's politics, making demands for de-escalation and ransom money. Both of these, wasn't it? It's not the first time Lobos voiced their displeasure with the decades-old simmer of conflict around the tropics. But unless the rare earth metals powering all our batteries and fueling all our pretty little androids are suddenly made a lot less rare overnight, I doubt the state will stop taking an interest in the... Oh man, I'm yawning again. Oh goodness. I doubt the state will stop taking an interest in those regions' politics anytime soon. Okay, so that's that. Oh, we can watch. There's some kind of news program playing on the screen. Most public places are too scared to put on any channel with content more political than the smiling micro apartment flippers. But this is a gun store after all. Power is always political. Okay. We can click this. Yeesh, would it kill you to clean up a little? Guess the desk kindly asking customers not to litter can only get you so far if you're not willing to pay someone to sweep up. Wait, is this trash? This flyer, it's scannable? Stagnancy theory. Really? They got a lot of self-proclaimed philosophers in here? Okay, wait. A deep dive, socioeconomic patterns, huh. So this is just like a philosophical, okay, Clockwork, why have all my timer events completely broken? Like, why do timers just no longer work on, I'll manually run a bunch of them. I'm gonna need to do a test stream to just like fix them all. There's another link at the bottom, probably leading to a collection dish. Or a state honeypot if you want to be paranoid. They better burn this shit before some neat freak idiot picks it up and gets arrested. Okay. Hate these kinds of screens. Gotta look at them with your nose turned up or else they start eye tracking. Next thing you know, they're saying hello on a first name basis. But I've got practice with this sort of thing. I can skim the headlines at least. While the 12/6 work week gives us more free time than ever. Wow, okay, that's not good. I'm 14 and I tried dating a smart UI. It made me the happiest I've ever been. How term limits are anti-democracy. Woof. Transfusion with warm android saves soldier's life. That's one hell of a headline. If the Animate 16 wasn't selling well before, I'm sure by now it's... Wait, how long has it been? Shouldn't take them that long to get my gun properly bugged. I'm sorry, we've received a breaking news story. We're seeking confirmation and yes, we have it confirmed. Lead programmer at Noble Electronics and famed designer of the Turing solution, Dr. David Asher, has passed. What? Proprietary Vantage automated dependent management system, along with the Animate series of androids. Must be some kind of corporate propaganda tactic, or... No, they wouldn't risk. Fake news, but why? Perhaps best known for his breakthrough in the fields of machine learning and language. Misinformation, maybe. Trying to authorize many of the developments that allowed for Noble's rapid growth and market dominance. David Asher is dead? Including the popular Desk series of smart UIs. That's very sad. I didn't ask. Sorry, I just... Commands only. Understood. Will you be paying with cash or credit? Oh, that's interesting. It actually reacted to its creator. And we're a dick. We suck. Debit. I love that our character is just an awful person. Like, it's fantastic.
The gun was light. Lighter than I expected. A real gun should always be heavy. Greater than the sum of its parts. That's one of the things I like about them. Their weight. Like they're anchoring the world around them. Like they're a fixed point in time. Like everything else is just relative to them. Either closer or further to the end. I would have liked something heavier during that walk back to my apartment. I would have liked to have something to feel far away from.
Morgan's apartment. Okay, we are home.
Didn't realize I was home until my hand was on the door. What is this? What am I doing? What am I doing? Fumbling in my pocket for my lighter. Golden, polished, tastefully ergonomic, and fine and expensive. And a good lighter. It was a good gift. I kept the card, didn't I? Here it is.
To the only smoker in my life, I know gold's a bit much for your personal style, but they don't make a lot of these anymore. Believe it or not, the only other people who share your vice are stuffy old men with bad, expensive taste. Hope you can manage to get some use out of it anyways. Your friend... David. Who is David? David.
The news might have more information by now. Or not.
Wait, was David David Asher? Yeah, okay, wait. David, yeah, so we knew. Okay, wait.
Or not. Looks like the net's full of copy-pasted statements from Noble. Auto-edited montages. Ill-fitting quotes. Reactions to the news from every micro-celebrity under the sun. Their raw, authentic emotion brought to you live from all the car seats and bathroom mirrors of the world. But there's nothing about his death. Not even a time window. Did he die this morning? Was he found dead in his bed? Has he been dead for days while Noble's just been waiting for the right time to let it leak? Or did he die last night while I was out screwing around? A phone call? Better not be work-related. I'm not in the right mood.
Oh, Morgan, hey, thanks for picking up so fast.
She's Jessica Starlin. Who asked me to call her?
Hi, Jess. Listen, I've already seen the news. What? Oh, of course you have. Duh. I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner. With the company and their people and all the... What I mean is, if it were up to me, you would have been the first call I made.
For a decision like that to be up to David's assistant, about 1,000 other Noble employees above her on the ladder would have to get axed, but...
It's alright, Jess. No one ever really knows what to do with these kinds of things. Still, I'm sorry you had to hear it from a stream, Chiron.
What difference does it make how the information gets to me?
So Jess in distress who doesn't call us when in duress. Exactly.
I could have stumbled upon his corpse myself and I would feel mostly the same.
Well, I appreciate you taking the time to call anyway. Yeah.
If I want more information, she's the best source I'm gonna get. Maybe for weeks. What to ask at a time like this? I'm supposed to express denial first, but she's probably short on time. And I don't feel like following the playbook to the letter right now. Manually going through the stages of grief is really funny. Consciously being like, alright, I gotta do denial, and then I gotta do, bargaining, and then, like... Can you tell me what happened? The police, they think that he took something. Suicide? And the police are already involved.
They say it was some kind of poison or... God.
Noble's got a lot of weight to bludgeon the state with, especially in this city. I would think they'd keep the police at arm's length for at least a few days.
Listen, Morgan, I need to ask something of you. Of course, Jess. Whatever you need.
Whatever you need. A bit much, but she's grieving. This is just how people talk. And it's not like my day was really salvageable anyway.
I'd like to bring you up here, to David's place. What do you mean? There's something I have to give you. You're not handling his will already, are you? If the police are involved, it'll be a while before... No, I'm sorry. It's not like that. Before he... Oh, takes a puff of the...
No, please, don't hold back on my account.
David asked me to get this into your hands. It wasn't work-related. But he asked me. I know I'm asking a lot here, but... since it's turned out to be the last thing he ever asked me to do, I'd like to get it done.
I don't like showing up at crime scenes more often. Oh, I don't like showing up at crime scenes more often, or more quickly than strictly necessary.
Her eyes are so dead inside coded. I love her design.
And that's when I only have to worry about the police. With Noble looming over all this, security will be doubled and scrutiny tripled. This is too risky. There's no logical reason to agree to her request.
Swing by my place with a cab, yeah?
Besides my own morbid curiosity.
Right, of course. Thanks, Morgan. Thank you. Wait, I almost forgot. What is it? You don't happen to have anything you could wear in black, do you? We gotta go to the... Oh. This is crazy. I can immediately tell why this one's gonna be 3 times longer. Considering we aren't even, like, sniffing the scent of a case yet. Little black dress transition? No.
The auto cab hums a synthesized purr on as our on-ramp merges onto a canopy superhighway, steadily and suddenly all at once. Not much super about it, but it does cast one hell of a shadow. The canopies always felt very arts and crafts to me.
The actual visuals of this game are kind of stunning.
Cobbled together, always added on to, never finished, never planned. It's clearly taken a lot of time and effort to make, but the end result's still ugly, and it feels like it could fall apart at any moment.
You okay, Morgan? You look a little carsick. I'm fine. Thanks for asking.
But if I ignore her tests now, she'll just send more later.
Wait, which? Hey, Freckles. Saw your friend Asher on the news. Rip. Whoa! That's brutal! Whoa! Thank you. For trying to be sincere. Worth a shot, ha 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 ha. We all have our strengths. God damn, whoa! God damn, you are one passive-aggressive little girl. Why is all your filial piety go out the window whenever you talk to me? Filial piety doesn't work on you. You love yourself too much to appreciate respect. True, went the train. See, Freckles, you can be very insightful. Wait, who is this? Who is which? When you aren't too busy side-eyeing the whole world. Wonder where I picked that up from. Not for me, ha 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 ha. I'm pretty much you were born muttering insults under your breath. The nurses tried to make you cry and you responded by giving them self-esteem issues. Ha ha ha! Okay, that's actually a really good line. Did you ever have dealings with Noble? 10 out of 10 shift in the convo. Subtle as a car crash. Subtlety doesn't work on you either. Well, it might, if you were good at it. This is me asking you for advice. I love how, like, truly aggressive or passive-aggressive can be. I guess it's never sunk in. Because you spent most of your apprenticeship asleep. But my clients were all celebs. The rich and famous. Okay, so which is our old, like... I didn't have that many dealings with the Megs that own their likenesses. Is it really that different? Plenty. Celebs don't like people seeing their dirty side. So they paid smart people like me to clean up their messes. So this must have been who we like studied under to become a lawyer. But Megs don't like people seeing them at all, period. And also, Megs are a lot more lively when it comes to somethinging. Gross. Hard workers with a lot of stress to vent. Ha ha ha. Stop. Do you have any actual help to offer? Ha! Truth be told, I did have this one run-in where I got so I don't even know what these swear words are supposed to be. Where I got neck deep into corporate intrigue. Why? Because I got caught. Holy! I think we found another lesbian to add to the collection of lesbians in this Death Note. God damn it. Hard worker. A lot of stress to vent. Ha ha ha. What is this game? Glad to know I can always reach out to you in my time of need. I'm gonna let that slide because I know you're in mourning. Look. Corporate types are all a bunch of paranoid drug addicts. Huffing glue and playing roulette on their phones. While fantasizing about stabbing everyone else in the meeting to death. So don't expect them to play nice just because Asher was your pal. My actual advice is, get whatever you're owed. And get out of there get out of there fast as hell, boy. That's a beautiful thought, Auntie. Oh, Auntie! They're like our aunt. Okay. I mean it. Corporations prefer Viking funerals. What's a Viking funeral? A dignified ceremony where the body's sent out to sea on a boat. Then, they set everything on fire and they sink the ashes to the bottom of the ocean. Try not to linger, Freckles. You don't want to be stuck onboarding when they start knocking their arrows. Thanks. What the hell was that about me sleeping on the job? I worked harder in one day than any of you Gen Alpha drunks did all week. Should've worked smarter, lol. And if you want to go there, you did literally fall asleep on the job. Oh, so this is like a brain rotted at the Xmas party. Oh, well, we found out who this is. My goodness, what a design. What a design. And also, this image is incredible. So we found, this is Gen Alpha, like, brain rotted. Yeah. What is that? What is that? Why do you have that? Why do you have that? It's not even accurate. Work parties are still work, Freckles. I only had my eyes closed. Because all you old farts had your cameras flash on. Morgan, something wrong? You're sweating. Just deleting some spam. We've got a couple more minutes. We've got a couple more minutes of crawling through the canopy's guts before we reach David's part of the city. Uptown, our better half. Gleaming opera houses and towering corporate apartments. Boutique shops with more cameras than customers. Penthouses stacked upon penthouses in a frantic climb to the top of the rat pile. All ringed in by restaurants with long wait times and small serving sizes. The joke is that uptown folks go most of the year without touching street level. Not much of a punchline there, it's basically true. By now his whole block must be swarmed with cops, themselves surrounded by media, and all encircled by onlookers. I could try and enjoy these last few moments of calm. But if the storm's coming either way, I'd rather use this time to try and find my footing. Actually, Jess, if you've got a second, I was curious about... Okay. Okay. Alright. I wanna take this time to look at some things. So we have David, Masters, Morgan, and Starling. Okay, so Masters... Wait, depends on the time of day? Occupation, lawyer to the rich and famous, semi-retired. Likes handsome men, pretty woman, expensive liquor. Dislikes clingy people, prudish people, flying commercial. Jewelry, 24 karat. Age, difficult to verify. Smokes, cigars, Death 13 cigarettes, and other adult stuff. Okay, love her. Then we have Jessica Starling. Executive assistant at Noble Electronics. Dancing, buying shoes, reselling shoes. Hangover, soft mattresses, machismo. I don't know. Her earnest smile. Relaxes by bar hopping in the lower wards. The best at reading the stock market. Okay. We have us. Body count. You cannot ask someone that. Okay. That's changed a little bit, but love it. And then David. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, you weren't wrong about it, Twink. October 28th. All right. Blood type O. Lead programmer. All right. Okay. Estrogen could save. My goodness. All right. And we have the articles. We have terms. All right. David Asher was a renowned computer scientist, though he retained the original patent. Graced. Oh, so suggested edits in the last 44 minutes, and it's all the duh. Yeah. Huh. Interesting. Okay. Oh, not the title. Actually, I should save as well, right? Because we're save game. Awesome. And then we will go back out. All right. You and David. Remind me, how many years did you and David work together? Oh. Well, I started with the company about 4 years ago. They offered me a temp contract when I was graduating. I was put in HR right in the middle of a hiring bus, so I spent 2 months in the Warrens. Then aptitude test got me fast-tracked to mid-low management. Sorry, Warrens? Oh, that's just what we called the company dorms back then, on account of all the people. Ah. Plus it was underground. Didn't see the sun the first month. My skin got so dry. Is that normal in your industry? Normal for everyone I've ever worked with. Except David, of course. But I mean, he was the best. Yeah. One Tuesday morning, Detective David Asher walked right up to my desk like I'd won the lotto. Said I should come work for him. Dr. David Asher, directly. On a random Tuesday morning, like it was nothing. He didn't like to do things on Mondays. Said people were always too tired to get anything done anyway. Yeah, that's right. He did say that. I should know by now, right? 3 years of arranging meetings and keeping him organized and occasionally straightening his tie. He was a good boss. He was a good guy. Yeah. When did you last speak with him? In person? Thursday. Thursday afternoon.
The day before yesterday.
He seemed normal. I mean, We still don't really know anything, Jess. You're right. Thanks. Thursday's the last time I saw him. That was when he asked me to meet with you. David's death? I'm guessing you've already been to his place? Yeah, it's a real mess over there. It's that bloody? Oh God, no, not that kind of mess. I just mean when the cops stacked on the media, stacked on the lawyers. Each of them with their own network of drones and all their droning. It's very, it's very high productivity atmosphere is what I mean. When were you able to get over there? Well, I got a call from legal late last night. They weren't exactly delicate in breaking the news to me.
Last night?
They said they needed my help sorting through all his... Well, you know how he left things organized sometimes.
He's been dead since last night and they've kept it under wraps that long. I know there are a lot of powerful people in his circles, but to stop it from leaking for over 12 hours? That seems like more than just your typical powerful people trying to control the narrative. Seems more like there's something that they're actively trying to suppress.
So you found out last night? Right, last night. Oh God, I'm so sorry. I should have told you as soon as I found out. Really, it's all right. Did you see anything? No, I still haven't actually seen him at all. He was airlifted to the hospital ASAP, and that's where he passed, so... But well, I didn't get the impression that the cops had been there that long. Not compared to the lawyers. They and the rest of their company... Man, the yawning this stream has gone nuts! Not compared to the lawyers. They and the rest of their company's people seemed pretty entrenched.
Noble set up camp before the police even arrived.
So what time would that have been? I guess I got there around 9 p.m.? Yeah, because at 9:15 they switched my phone to silo mode and I got locked out of everything but my work stuff. Sent the last blah at 9:13, see? Gonna expire whoever put me in heels this morning. It me. They can do that to your phone? Lock you out of social media? Of course not. Well, unless I'm on the clock, or off the clock, but on company property. Then they can remote all my tech, yeah. How convenient. So if I got in at 9 p.m., I guess the rest of the company people had been there since 8:30? I hadn't been there since more than a few minutes before the mood changed. Word about the hospital declaring him dead had started to leak. I see.
He died after he reached the hospital. That's unexpected. It's 2086. You might be in trouble if you get stuck in bureaucratic purgatory when you need to be in the emergency room, but other than that, if you reach the hospital alive, a good doctor can stabilize most any patient within a few moments. And Noble Electronics' lead programmer would have a very good doctor. So what the hell happened? Is she mistaken? Was he just not officially declared dead until he reached the hospital for some reason? Or...
Hard to think about, I know. Yeah.
Or hard to believe?
A request. Jess, I have to wonder, what kind of request did David make of you that it couldn't wait a few days? Right, of course. He asked me to give you something. Something?
Is she trying to build suspense?
Right, it's just, well, I don't know exactly what it is. You have no idea? He asked me to give you the contents of his safe. Are we headed to the bank then? No, see, he has this private safe in his basement. Maybe you've seen it? Well, I say safe, but it might be more accurate to call it a storage locker or a false wall. And all he told you was that he wanted me to have what's inside? Right. He was very clear about that part. Your eyes only, straight into your hands. Handle it in person, he said. Strange.
This is all pretty analog for someone as technically gifted as David. Coming from anyone else, I'd call it paranoid. But David was never paranoid. Even when he had every right to be. If he wanted this handled a certain way, it must be for a good reason.
That headline. I saw that headline, by the way. The one where your warm android saved that soldier's life. Oh yeah, felt pretty good, pretty feel good, don't you think? So folks at the company must have been in high spirits lately, I take it. That's what I thought when I first heard about it, but I don't know. Maybe upper management's never happy? Because they're still just writing sales harder than ever, pushing the traditional consumer markets. I thought they'd start building a pitch for Congress the day the story dropped. A big patriotic campaign telling everyone why we need a contract for warm androids in the military. But I haven't heard about them moving staff around for anything like that. Maybe it's all above my pay grade.
All the corporate power and money in the world. And they're still such joyless assholes that they won't even celebrate their victories.
So, David asked you to do this on Thursday, correct? Yeah, Thursday. And he passed last night, Friday. Yeah. Wait, you don't think that when he met, he had already decided it's not healthy to speculate on that sort of thing?
More importantly, it's not helpful. The dead don't have anything to offer the living. I should know.
You're probably right. Besides, we'll need to focus. Judging by the sides of the crowd I'm looking at, we're about to jump into the thick of it. Okay. This is fascinating. We're about an hour in. We haven't even touched a case. We haven't made it to this man's apartment. But I'm excited. Noble Employee Housing Building. Platia. Lobby. And I thought there were a lot of police here before. Maybe too late to ask, but you're not bad with crowds, are you, Morgan?
She's kidding, right? It's downright airy in here compared to what we just waded through. Wide eyes and clenched fists, hands peeking over shoulders and around sides. Police, both mechanical and warm-blooded, close in ranks with holograms and quick-set wires to draw a severe perimeter. While protesters, mourners, fanatics, and busybodies shuffle around at the edge of the police line, the heat of their panicked anxiety washing over.
Who the hell were all those people? Well, they've always been people with strong feelings about our products.
Android stepped forward into the mob, gently, firmly, unfeelingly parting the human tide. Most of them with official police branding, but a few remotely deputized consumer models emerged from the crowd to join them. All of them built by Noble. All of them built from David's code. All of them standing vigil outside his tomb.
This is all technically company property, isn't it? Yep, David had the penthouse all to himself, but every other floor's tenants are Noble employees too.
Not an uncommon arrangement in Uptown. Work at Noble, rent from Noble. Wave hello to your Noble neighbor in the morning and make sure you request a spot in line at the official company crematorium. They don't actually do that last part. I think.
I haven't even lied to the police yet. Exactly. Does Noble handle employee funeral arrangements? Yeah, it's a pretty bland standard benefit actually. It's cheap for them compared to dental. But Noble's always been generous with benefits. Work hard and the company will have you set for life.
And after. But both the state and Noble have gotten themselves pretty entrenched here in the lobby. Security and damage control and PR and liability. Everybody's just glad to be working.
I'm feeling a little overstimulated. Any chance we can just skip all these checkpoints? Ha 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 ha. No, absolutely not. So who do we need permission from, the cops or the company? My request went through, so we should have the go-ahead from both at this point. We won't need to go near the actual, It's still called a crime scene? If it's not technically a crime?
I don't want to think about how many suits Noble's paying to debate that question right now this very instant. David's vault is in the penthouse basement. But we can't get to it from those ground floor elevators. We'll have to ride straight up to the rooftop veranda, walk at his front door, and then head down. If Jess says we could do all that without stumbling across where he died, then...
Okay. So if we just flash my ID card at any problem that comes up...
Including him?
Oh, London! Hey ladies, look, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid we're at capacity at the moment. Let anyone else buy and we won't be able to maintain. Huh, you're that lawyer, Morgan. You caught me, detective. How long's it been? Feels like it's been ages. Oh dear, not still bitter about our last encounter, I hope. I'll live. I don't see the spunky one around. She taking a mental health day to preserve that unflappable charm? Detective Reyes is around. Why, you miss her that bad?
I've had blind pimples that were more endearing.
You two know each other? Jess Starling. Meet homicide detective Kazim London. It's a pleasure, miss. Oh, likewise? As you might have guessed, the detective and I are acquainted. Comes with the line of work. Morgan's being modest, sweetheart. We're practically blood. Oh wow, me? Sweetheart? Something wrong, Starling? Huh? Oh no, nothing's wrong. Huh? Well, close as we are, I still can't just let her walk and off the street and onto the scene of our ongoing investigation. Even Noble's lawyers have to play by the rules today.
Play by the rules? So there is a game afoot.
What makes you assume I'm here in professional capacity? You're a criminal defense attorney and we're at a crime scene. Call it an old man's intuition. Good detectives don't rely on intuition though, do they? They rely on evidence. Oh, I don't rely on it, don't worry. I just need to lean on it every now and then, when my back acts up. Oh, cool.
Guy gets a bit of gray in his hair and thinks it's a free pass to act like a goddamn cowboy.
She's kind of simping for him. I think it's the vibe they're putting down. Well, I'm afraid your intuition is off this morning, detective. I'm here on a private matter. The deceased wasn't your client? No, that would have been a conflict of interest. Conflict of... You two knew each other? I see. In that case, allow you to give me my condolences. Thank you. But what I could really use is a bit of your help. You sure rally fast. Jess? Right. We have this clearance here, detective, sir, from legal, which allows us... That's all right, little lady. I trust you. You can leave the paperwork holstered for now. Little lady? We aren't here for David, really. We won't be setting foot anywhere near your staging area, detective. All right, why not? How generous. I can afford to be generous today, because if I screw up...
He gestures to the lobby full of suits and cops.
Plenty of folks at hand ready to pick up the slack. Well, if you're that at ease, perhaps I can take this time to ask you a few questions? Hey, you can always ask, Tiger. But I think you understand what I mean when I say whether or not I can answer is not entirely up to me. Oh my goodness! So much to talk about! Oh, wow. Alright. It feels like I've been streaming for way longer than I have, though. The fact we're only an hour in makes me think that I won't... I think streams of this game are going to be shorter rather than longer, just to preserve my voice. Looking tired. You're looking a bit haggard. How long have you been here, anyway? Since this morning. But civilized folk don't call it morning when the streetlights are still on.
Even if he got here around 1 or 2 in the morning, that still means homicide wasn't brought in until hours after Noble had the lay of the land.
Sounds like you could use a break. I could use a retirement package. Hey, you're a lawyer, right? According to all my business cards. Think I could sue for elder abuse? Not that kind of lawyer, sorry. You would lose, though. I already regret asking. Why have they got a homicide detective losing sleep over this anyway? A man is dead, and he wasn't killed by fire, a vehicle organized criminals, or disinformation.
As far as we know.
So at the moment, homicide's technically not the worst fit, but we're leading in name only. A high-profile death like this, everyone's got their eye on us, and a hand placed firmly on the back of our neck. Okay, the investigation. I've been checking my phone, and the only thing the news seems to agree on is that David passed away. Sorry, but if you're asking for details... No, thank you. For not letting them make this into a parade.
Yet.
We do our best to respect the privacy of anyone involved with an ongoing investigation.
He declined to say victim.
Detective, Dr. Asher was a close friend of mine for many years. Yeah, he trusted Morgan more than anyone. Oh. Can you tell me if he killed himself? Oh. It looks like that's the case. I see. Thank you for telling me that. Dr. Ash. Yeah, you're sorry.
Another round of guarded words. David was an important man, and it has only been a few hours. But all this tiptoeing gives me the feeling that whatever happened to David, it wasn't cut and dry.
Cooperating. You boys and Noble all getting along with each other, sharing your toys. Some of the younger ones are bristling, but I always play well with others, counselor. And how well do the Megs play with you? They give you full access to building security? They've given us access, and they say it's full. Some big penumbra system, top of the line coverage, top to bottom of the building. The size of the data stream's torrential. It'll be a while before we can start making sense of it all. A more conspiratorial man might think that that was intentional. Bury us in data and hope we're too swamped to find whatever they're trying to hide? Maybe. Wait, they gave you full access to the penumbra? But that means every android in the building is feeding you their spectrum. You know your stuff. The penumbra pulls data from any androids connected to a building's neck. But that's not much help since there weren't any androids in the penthouse. Right. You know, I'd heard the rumors, never put much stock in them, but it's true? Asher really never owned a single android? Never. Well, I suppose I might do the same if I was the genius who programmed them all. Every time they opened their mouths, it'd just be his own lip service refracted 1,000 times over, echoing back at him from behind a mask he carved. So that means all you'll have to investigate with are the penthouse's security cameras. Yeah, but that should be more than enough to wrap up a case like this. Huh? In a good way, I mean. We're very much on top of this, ladies. controversy. David was one of the biggest names in tech. He was the face of Noble Electronics. Uh-huh. One could argue androids are only as common as they are today because of his contribution to the field. Some people felt that way, sure. So do you think anyone would want to hurt him because of that? Remind me, which one of us is detective again? You really won't let me pick your brain? You already know the answer. Yes, ads are controversial. Androids especially. We at Noble are always aware that our products are sometimes a subject of heated debate, but no need to quote the handbook at us, miss. Truth be told, I've never really understood the hate. It's not that complicated, is it? How many people have lost a job to an ad at least once in their career? A heated rivalry, yeah, still. Every last one of them. They lost their jobs because their bosses, their flesh and blood bosses, fired them. Nah, ads are just a symptom. Scratch that. Ads are just a product. Getting mad at them is pointless. And vandalizing them is less than pointless. Because unlike us, they're all insured. And besides, Android production has served over the last decade to become one of the nation's biggest exports. True, not to have at least one thing we make in this country. That's right, Noble only outsources the production of a small handful of internal components. Every other part of the manufacturing process is proudly done right here at home. I somehow doubt everyone considers the specifics of Noble's supply chain to be a point of national pride. But you don't need a political science degree to see how much the state values Noble's contributions to the national economy. Alright, now listen. I don't mind being helpful, and I am trying to be sensitive here. But we really do have a lot on our hands at the moment. So I'm going to have to ask you to be discreet, and ideally, fast. Well, our business is just in the basement. David's basement. But the penthouse is on the top floor, the roof, so its basement would be second to last floor, if you want to be technical. Basement, detective, the point is, we don't need to go to the kitchen or the parlor. We'll just go back to his workshop, and then head downstairs. The kitchen and the parlor. I understand. But all the same, I'd like to escort you two ladies there myself. Wow, an escort like royalty. Isn't he a gentleman? Huh? Well, yes, he's... Lead the way, detective.
True to his word, London ushered us past the chattering suits and homing drones, through the checkpoints and into the elevator.
I really like London. He's a really interesting character, I feel.
As it climbed into the sky, we got a good look at the glowing throng of people gathered outside. And its shifting makeup. Seems like it's mostly protesters now, or worse, brand loyalists. Oh no, I can't think of anything worse. Oh, the horror. Idiots led around by the nose their whole life, followed by the musk of whatever trend is laid out before them each morning. Today's trail haven't led them here, for half reasons they couldn't put into words even if their lives depended on it. They're like insects. And they look like them from up here. They're probably already preparing their spin. The misunderstood genius of Dr. David Asher, a video essay in 5 parts. While the company insisted on cultivating such a following for him, I've never understood. They could have easily pinned his achievements on someone more marketable. Some random photogenic employee, or a fashion model with glasses. David wouldn't have minded. He never wanted the attention and the chaos. Maybe it's as simple as bad luck. He just happened to have the right look for the part. A man buried in his work, with his eyes fixed ahead.
Okay. Oh, this is really interesting, because I'm wondering now, like, are we going to be doing stuff with this crime? Is another crime gonna happen? Like, what are we doing here? This is what, his laboratory? His shop, he called it. How down to earth.
It's messy in here. David was always disorganized. Why programming needed to make such a mess just to run tests on computers, I'll never. But sloppy as he could be, he didn't like it when other people saw it. If he was leaving things like this, he must not have entertained any guests down here for some time.
Thanks for all your help, Detective London. Don't mention it. What, do you want me to step out? We won't take long. Not lacking in boldness, are you? Look, I have to take a phone call. We'll be in and out as soon as possible. Promise. And whatever Dr. Ash wanted to set aside for his foundation, we'll be sure to flag it.
Right. At least she's already wearing gloves.
If we find a dead body, you'll be our first call. Morgan, what was that stuff about his foundation? Dr. Ash's charity has always been managed by an outside group. You haven't spent a lot of time around crime scenes, haven't you? Actually, this is my first. Well, generally speaking, it's not really common to retrieve things from the premise while the cops are still searching them. Oh. Look, if David had something to give me, we can go get it. We just can't make a ton of noise about it, understood? Of course. Great. After you. Right, quiet as a church house.
The phrase is quiet as a church mouse, but...
Church houses are probably pretty quiet. Calm myself. I'm okay.
But now doesn't seem like the time to correct her. David's shop was a mess, but the mess felt familiar. It was very David. Coming down here, I barely recognized the place. For starters, there's a goddamn gym. David hated exercise, always claimed he didn't have the time for it. Even when I got him that treadmill and the subscription for the personal coaching program with the scheduled subroutine, said he couldn't find the time. Then even when I explained to him that the program accounted for that and adapted to his schedule, he still...
Morgan, what's up? You're still smiling, what's so funny? Nothing. Just surprised to see the place renovated. Yeah, he actually had me on mail tag with a couple contractors a while back. Never thought I'd have to learn so much about concrete and wiring and marble. Did you know marble needs to be treated or else indoor air will start to corrode it? I didn't know that. Is that true? Wait, is it not? But our guy told me that without an epoxy finish, the entire bar table could... Is that the vault over there, then? Yeah. Stands out, I guess. Ha ha ha. Nervous? What's that? Oh, a little, I guess. But the inhaler helps mostly, so... Aren't you going to open it? Open it? Don't you know the combination? No, I do not know the combination to David's basement vault. Oh no, how could I? He didn't tell you? Or give you a code, or? He gave me the code to get into the building. And the parking garage. But not the code to whatever this is.
Okay.
You know, there was a lot of scattered papers back in his shop. Could he have left you a note on one of them? Yes, he could have. He would have. In fact, I think he probably did. You just stay right here, Morgan. I'll have this settled in just a sec. Sounds good. Right then.
Well, it's definitely locked. Looks like it's a Tethys basis structure-dyed, anti-hack, anti-digital high-rated code panel. Nothing basic about it, but at least I can see the password's limited to 6 characters. Only 1 million possible combinations. Maybe I'll get lucky. I'm a gambler after all. Slim chances. But what the hell? Why shouldn't I give it a shot?
Try his birthday, try my birthday. My birthday.
Nothing's happening. Okay, that was dumb. I don't really want to dwell on why I thought that could work. Forget it. There's a different terminal over here. Carter Security Systems. According to the label, maybe it controls the whole room? Damn, it's password protected too. And the code's 64 digits long? What's the point of a camera system that's harder to crack than your literal vault, you egghead? Okay, yeah. A programmer probably would care a lot more about his IoT than whatever he can fit in a safety deposit box. Guess it's the 6-digit vault or nothing. But I'm a lawyer, not a lockpick. Whatever other felonies I get up to in my private time, I've never pulled off a bank heist before. Only tool I've got here is my head. So what do I know? I know whatever David put in his safe he wanted to keep secure. I also know that he wanted me to have it. So maybe he thought ahead. Maybe guarding it in such a way that I would be the only one who could get to it. David liked games. And he really liked beating me. So if he's left one last puzzle for me, I don't mind going another round.
Okay, wait. Oh, awesome. The gym.
Taking a closer look, there's a pretty serious looking set of resistance training equipment. And these weights, they're all set nearly to the max. If Noble hadn't appointed him a nutritionist along with a stylist, David will be downright scrawny. There's no way he was putting up these numbers. In which case, the digits on the weights could be a clue. That's exactly what I was thinking. The second the gym was clickable, I was like, wait a second. He would know that we would know that he wouldn't have a gym. But there's too many, and I can't guess the order. So what the hell, Asher? Did you just set all the weights to max because it looked more neat?
That's very possible. Okay.
This must be a spare liquor cabinet. Damn, there's a lot of good stuff in here. And a lot of bottom shelf swill. The kind of bargain bin vodka and nose burner whiskey that only an undergrad programmer could love. Nostalgia sweet like that. Overpowering. 1 part per million can cover up even the cheapest aftertaste.
Okay.
David's wine collection. Still towering over the room. Don't know why he'd buy so many bottles. He didn't even particularly like the stuff. Maybe just to fill out all these shelves. But not all the bottles are untouched. Some of them don't have dust on them at all. There's a mechanism for retrieving bottles off the rack. The latest bottle chosen was a Murder Camp 81. Could be significant. Except vintages only lists the year they were bottled, not the month or day. It's not enough digits for the code.
Okay. An 81.
It's a very big painting. And it's a impressionist? No, cubicle.
Cubist, which is still incorrect.
Yeah, cubicle. That sounds right.
It is not. I love that.
Whatever its style, I do remember that David liked this painting. If there was a date on it, that could be a 6-digit password, but I don't see one anywhere. Maybe signing your work was considered gauche among the cubicleists.
Okay. I'm missing something clickable. Advance? Oh, does advance mean like move on? Oh, crack in the floor.
Its flooring's a new addition. Looks rough like sandpaper, but it's bouncy, rubberized. Feels like something you drag your feet on at the gym or a factory floor. It's more high performance and high class expensive, but not in the way you'd expect for a penthouse. Well, scratch that. It's actually cracked here. Rubber doesn't break, it bends. That's its thing. So someone must have cheaped out during the installation, left a defect in. That, or David left a jackhammer on overnight. Alright, I searched the whole room on now. Time to make or break.
What? What? Okay, wait, what? I don't know. Can't I check things?
No dice.
I feel like there was at least one hint that I came across, but I try again. Okay, wait. Okay. So let's try, terms. Big Blue Painting. 11, 25, 58. Okay, I'll try that. 11, 25, 58.
The date the painting was signed.
Yes! Yes!
A password that is and isn't left in plain sight. Nice one.
Hey, Morgan, What? How did you get it open? What is that?
I turned back around just to see a door finish swinging open with mechanical grace, revealing a girl with a barcode emblazoned across her temple. Required by law to be plainly visible. It's an android, clearly marked as such. And yet, even standing this close, I could swear it's snoring?
Snoring?
I stepped forward and placed my back of my wrist on the android's brow. Warm.
You know, it must be a prototype for the Animate 16. Or maybe a prototype for the 17? Or 18? A biomechanical android with real human flesh. I'm sorry, biomechanical, yes, but it's organic flesh, not human. They're grown from lax Gemini cultures, but Sorry, I misspoke. Right, understandable, since... You seem surprised, Jess. Hasn't Noble been working on warm androids like this one for a few years now? Oh... Ooh... Warm androids like this one? I mean, yes, we have, sorry, it's just that this particular model is very cutting edge.
Bleeding edge, judging by the flush in those cheeks.
I think it's safe to say that we found what we're looking for. I think so too. That presents a problem though. Oh, do you not, approve? I've got nothing against androids. My concern is a bit more immediate and, well, practical. Practical? I don't know how to turn it on. Do you see a switch or something? Do you? Can we, turn it around, or?
I poked the android's ribs. A little less give than I expected, given its frame, but the rigidity is remarkably lifelike. I place my hand on the shoulder and give it a shake, but it doesn't budge.
This thing has to weigh more than Right, androids mostly transport themselves, so people always find out they're a bit heavier than they look.
A bit? I'm surprised the whole room isn't slanted.
There's no way in hell we're moving this thing without waking it up. Crap. First the vault, now this.
I was able to guess the combination just by poking around. Compared to that, finding this hunk of junk's power switch should be child's play. And I think I know where to start.
Jess, I'm gonna step back into the lab for a moment, alright? Huh? Oh, sure, there's gotta be a manual around here. Good idea. I might be some kind of prototype, but it's still got a barcode. Maybe you can scan its GIN number and find something in company files? Yeah, of course. All generic ID numbers should be paired with industry standard files on maintenance, tracking, power requirements.
I somehow doubt that the enigmatic android taking a catnap in a sarcophagus in David Asher basements will have a user manual. But it can't hurt for her to try and...
Huh? I'm okay. Broke a heel, but I'm okay. I carry glue.
And I'd rather search the lab by myself. Now then, if I were David and I wanted to make sure the only person who would be able to walk out of here with that android, how would I set that up?
Huh. Interesting. This is super fascinating, by the way. The fact that we know a little bit about their relationship. We don't because we know we've done criminal shit. We don't know if David knows about that. We don't know if we are completely wore a mask with him. We clearly know a lot about each other. This is fascinating. Okay. Let's check here first.
Haven't seen one of these since college, but this must be a 3D printer. Of some sort. Feels expensive enough to make other printers look like soda fountains by comparison. Better not mess with any of the settings.
Okay.
Diagrams of human anatomy. The hands are highlighted. The most developed part of the human body. Good for making stone axes and sending emails. Robots and frames can do fine with claws or 3-digit imitations. But androids are expected to look like people. And move like them too. Getting the hands right must be a big priority at Noble. That tree-like shade up on the right is a neuron. Those branches receive input of varying weight, and then if the sum is greater than a certain threshold, the neuron fires. A 0 becomes a 1, and all the other zeros around it take that into consideration. Repeat that a couple billion times a second, and you've got the human brain, a computer powerful enough to simulate all of reality. That's the analog I read in a magazine anyway. Analogy I read in a magazine anyway, okay. Looks like a fairly normal computer. If I'm lucky, the security will be fairly normal as well.
Boot up complete. Username.
Vocal commands.
David Asher. Morgan. Guest. Thank you for logging in as guest.
It didn't recognize my voice, so I can probably rule out a vocal command being the key to waking up the android.
Do you have a question?
More than one. For now though, what should I search for on his computer?
Oh, we can only pick one. Morgan. Search files for Morgan. 23 results on local drive.
I can work with that. Mostly phone book and social data. But I don't recognize this file type. Some kind of personnel format? Date of birth, education, occupation, blood type, height, and weight? Alright buddy, a little invasive, don't you think? DNA and fingerprints. Now why do you have that, David? My DNA isn't in any database. I've made sure of that. So he couldn't have bought this anywhere. He must have collected himself from a wine glass or the like. It would have been easy to do. But why do it?
Okay, we wake it up with our DNA. We gotta bleed on it or something, I don't know.
These appear to be holding tanks for something. How should I know? No labels on anything, typical for a genius. But a nightmare for anyone trying to pick up after him. It's a lot more hard science than I expected in here. Centrifuges and glass and microscopes. Don't programmers do all their work with a keyboard? Alright, I'm starting to get a pretty clear picture of what it takes to turn on this android. I've got the what. For the where and how, I'll just have to manage. It's still just a piece of machinery. If it really won't turn on, I can always start hitting it.
That's a strategy. Morgan, there you are. I've looked at every registry I could find and every database I could get into, but I don't think this android is in the system. It was a long shot. Don't beat yourself up over it. It was literally just to keep you busy. Yes, but an android without the proper identification is... It's only buying or selling an android without proper identification that's illegal. And it doesn't seem like he ordered this online. I guess you're right, huh? We'll have it registered soon enough anyways. I think I figured out what we need to do here.
Oh? If David really wanted me to have this, he would have left some way for me to turn it on. What are you thinking?
David had my fingerprints and my DNA on file. By requiring both, he could be reasonably sure that no one was powering up this android without my approval.
You've done a swab before, haven't you? Every month for the company. Apparently they're building a database on employee epigenetics, cross-referenced with... Oh, so you're gonna... My DNA and fingerprints make the key. Now where to find the lock?
Nose, lips, hand, chest. Chest feels a little inappropriate. I'm gonna go for the hand.
There was that diagram back in the shop.
Was it meant to be a literal handshake verification? Huh, I thought that would work. Me too.
Am I gonna have to kiss this thing awake? I'll try the nose.
The nose? I guess it's not impossible. Morgan? Are you really going to stick your thumb up its nose? No, I'm not.
If it takes something that silly to boot up, I don't even want it anymore.
Which is less invasive for this android? Let's try the chest.
Maybe somewhere with a lot of surface area. It's the torso, the chest. I'm not doing that.
All right, we gotta kiss this android awake.
The lips are one of the most sensitive parts of the body.
Not the worst place to make a scan, even if it's gross placing my finger there.
Oh, that's... Still not doing it, huh?
Come on, do I really need to push my finger deeper? Jiggle the key?
Oh man, you went right in there. Are you touching the tongue? It's blinking at me.
Wow, okay. Wild.
Good morning.
Sarah, okay.
Long beat. Good morning to you too.
Interesting.
Cute. Hello. I've never seen you two before.
I feel like this one, like its vocalization would be much more refined.
I guess we should introduce ourselves then. Hi. This is Jessica Starling. She works for Dr. Asher. I'm Morgan, a friend of his. Got all that? I understand. She is Jessica Starling, and you are Morgan, last name unknown. No, Morgan is my last. Father told me about you.
Father?
Did he?
Wait. Father?
David? You had it call you daddy?
I am referring to Dr. David Asher. Are you confused? That's not the word I'd use.
I'll throw a bone beyond the grave for the good doctor and just move this along.
Did David say that he was giving you to me? Transferring ownership? Ownership? That is correct. And what else did? Mostly correct. Right, what else did he tell you? Many things. Can you specify? I thought conversation was the first thing David figured out how to program. Did Dr. David Asher tell you anything you wanted to convey to Morgan? A message you were supposed to pass on? Yes. Oh wait, yes. Jess, I think it's trying to... Oh, okay. Sure. I'll give you I'll give you some privacy, Morgan. I've actually gotten about 14 messages in the last 2 minutes, so... I'll just head back up to the lab to take some calls, okay? Thanks, Jess. Yes. Thank you, Jess. You're welcome.
Okay. I'm imagining this robot is sassy.
Just the two of us now. So what do I call you? My name is Sarah. My name is Sarah. It's nice to meet you, Morgan. Trust me, the pleasure is all mine. So what's the message? Father told me that I would be living with you from now on. And he told me that you would look after me. Shouldn't it be the other way around? Should it?
A model this lifelike, with warmth and breath and something close to blood in its veins.
Just what are you, anyway?
You forgot my name already? It's Sarah.
What were you built for? You're warm, obviously. You're not one of those physical therapy models, are you? That would be highly illegal. I haven't completed 500 hours of study at a state-approved massage therapy school. I haven't even completed 1 hour. What purpose did Dr. Asher divine you for? I don't know the answer to that question. You don't know why he built you? No. Should I? How can you not? Do you? Would I be asking you if I did? I meant, Do you know why you were created? Why were you born? Why? Why me? Why would you? Why are you doing this? You're a freak. A monster. What the hell is wrong with you? Please don't kill me. Please. Why? Why? Why was a monster like you even born? Guess I walked into that one. Wow, okay. Dig up the trauma from our past, why don't you? I was starting to wonder if you even had the Turing solution. Father's framework for programming linguistics and artificial systems, and the body of work for which he first gained international recognition. Yeah, an international jealous. Do you have an answer to my question? An answer as to why you were created? Why you exist? Wait. Ooh. Excuse me, tracking software. What just happened? Okay. Is this? All right, that's fixed it. I don't know how long I've been stuck for, but hopefully not too long. An answer as to why you were created, why you exist. Occam's razor. I'm here because my parents wanted me. I see. Then I will give a similar answer. I was created because Father wanted to make me. Can't argue with that logic, can I? Can't argue with that logic. Father did say that you're a lawyer. Yeah, that's me. You're a lawyer, and I defeated you with logic. Word class, high power attorney, the best defense money can buy. So do you catch criminals? I love her expressions. That's what cops do. Do you litigate criminals? That's what prosecutors do. Then do you fight for the underrepresented? Expose injustice? Sue corrupt corporations and officials? I don't think anyone does that anymore. Then what do you do? I'm a criminal defense attorney. A defender of the innocent and powerless. Uh-huh. Do you also... Now that you know all about me, what can you tell me about yourself? I've never had to do that before. Wait, oh, my tracking's all weird now. Look forward, me. Okay. First time for everything. How old are you? I'm not sure I can give a satisfactory answer. Oh for 2 for answering simple questions. What's the date on your earliest memory? 2 years ago. And where were you constructed or assembled or whatever? What facility? I was not constructed at any facility. Father created me here. By himself. You're saying if I took you apart, I wouldn't be able to find any markers from any manufacturers? Any ideas of any designers? You want to take me apart?
David was a programmer, not an engineer. How could he build a custom android from scratch in the comfort of his own home? He couldn't have. He must have had help. Probably a whole department's worth. If I ask around, there's got to be someone in the company who can ID this thing and help me figure out what's so important about it.
You don't look like any android I've ever seen. What are you made of? Its body is comprised of organic tissue integrated directly into cybernetic systems. They require organic nourishment, including water, carbohydrates, and salt. Wait, warm androids have to eat and drink?
They cannot be worth that much trouble.
My cybernetic systems operate largely as analogs to their equivalents in the human body. I have a respiratory system for oxygen exchange and a centrally located pump that circulates oxygen.
You mean you've got
a heart? How quaint. But where does all that extra weight come from? Pardon? I tried moving you earlier and it felt like I was pulling against a truck. My skeleton is a combination of medical-grade plastics and a military-grade titanium carbonide alloy.
That sure took the wind out of her sails.
My muscles are made of adaptive rare earth alloy nanoweave fiber and shock-absorbent kinetic chain potential rated past. Wait, did you say military grade? I have a grip strength above 1,000 kilograms. I can run at sustained speeds over 60 kilometers per hour. I can jump 6 meters vertically. I can lift approximately.
I'm not sure what kind of grip strength most androids are walking around with, but I've never seen any of them that move the way it's talking about. Even just standing there, it seems to be poised, controlled, spring tight, strength and flexibility, like a ballerina or a gymnast. Strong enough to flip over a tank, lifelike enough to avoid detection. As long as it never stepped on a scale, it'd make for the perfect infiltration unit. The perfect weapon, if you could keep its development a secret. Did David really put something that heavy on my plate? Dismantling a military prototype in secret?
Are you deep in thought?
But a military infiltration android would look more crew-cut and forgettable. And would David really devote personal time and effort just to make another weapon for the military?
I have other features I could tell you about, if you like. If I shot you, would you die?
It would be very painful, and there would be a discharge of fluid, but conventional weapons would not prove particularly effective.
That settles it. This thing's a weapon, sure as I... Would you like to know about my hair? Your hair? I'm impressed you noticed. Each fiber contains miniaturized solar cell latitude technology, allowing me to remain charged throughout the daytime. That must come in handy. I haven't actually had the chance to use it yet. This room has ambient wireless charging functionality, and I haven't gone outside much.
Okay, maybe it's not a weapon after all.
You're just a pincushion, aren't you? I am not familiar with the term. Searching. Pincushion, jargon, design, refers to prototypes filled with experimental technologies to check for compatibility issues. Got an idea? Not sure what to do with it? Stick it in the pincushion.
It's as good an explanation as any for what I'm staring at. A mishmash of state-of-the-art military features spliced with odd new technology and seemingly pointless additions. The end result being a singular, unsellable android that wasn't particularly good at anything and would break down after only a few years.
Pincushions are a small but valid part of the field of android manufacturing. They are valuable to collectors who see them as time capsules filled with their designers' most outlandish ideas and least reproducible results.
But even the most nonsensical pincushions are built via committee, over years, with numerous engineers and programmers aiding in their pet functions. The android before me claims to have been built by one man. A man who's now...
Seems we got off track there, Sarah. Was there anything else David told you to relay to me? Besides that you were to look after me? He also told me that you were reliable and that I should trust you. He said that I was to listen to you and obey your instructions. Finally, some good news. As you say, Adonai. What's that? That word you called me. What was it? Adonai from classical Hebrew. Translated literally, it means my lord. Do you prefer that I call you master? No. I love just no. Very good, Adonai. Why'd David use Hebrew, though? Abrahamic myth tells of serpents constructed out of earth and clay, designed to resemble and obey their master. Golems. Father must have found the comparison appropriate. Amusing, more likely. It's just a joke. Father would not make light of such a thing. Sure he would. Perhaps we should ask him to clarify his reasoning for himself. Where is Father, by the way? Is he upstairs? When was the last time you were active? 38 hours ago. Thursday night, then. Correct. Right. David Asher is dead. Huh? He died last night. Understand? How? May I see him? Huh? See him? No, I won't be able to see him. Funeral's probably not for a few days. Father was not... He was not sick.
I don't feel like I'm doing the whole song and dance with 2 robots in one day.
That's very charming, but let's go to commands only. What? What happened? Did he have an accident?
Why is it still doing the theatrics? Does it not recognize my authority yet?
The police may have determined that he committed suicide. Huh. For the time being, we ought to focus on getting you properly registered. Maybe then you'll take commands the first time I say them and not.
The police are wrong.
Excuse me?
They are wrong. Father did not commit suicide. He would never do such a thing. Father had. He told me.
Look, Sarah. I'm sorry?
You're sorry? Father said you were his friend. How are you so calm?
I've been around death a lot. So don't try and lecture me about grief, Spearmint.
My name is Sarah. You will use it because my father, Dr. David Asher, the greatest programmer in the world, gave it to me. And he did not kill himself.
Let's say you're right. David didn't commit suicide. If that's the case, the police will realize that soon enough.
The police have already made their determination. That's what you just said.
I love this.
This dynamic is awesome. I'm getting into the game right now. I'm forgetting to like add commentary or anything. Father said that you were a lawyer, that you were capable and reliable and a friend. You should be looking into his death. That's... Ha ha! Ha 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 ha. Is that an order? Of course not. It's a request, Adonai. A request that I'll have to refuse. The police have their job and I have mine. If I stick my nose into their investigation any further, they'll come down on me hard. Cops don't like lawyers on principle. But what they really hate are people who tell them how to do their job. Let's go. We need to. Father asked you to look after me. Yeah, he did. He also said you should obey me, but you seem quite as fixated on that part. And he said something else. He said that you owed him a favor. One favor. The thin ice starts here, Spearmint. That was between him and me. Father is gone, so now it is between you and I. And I am calling in that favor now. What? You don't have to take care of me anymore. Consider that request null and void. You can sell me to some collector, or you can donate me to a university. It doesn't matter. In exchange, you will prove Father didn't kill himself. And you will make sure that whoever hurt him is held accountable. Ha ha ha! Why are you laughing? It's you and me, not you and I. You and me. David would roll over in his grave if he knew you'd gotten that wrong. It was not my intention to amuse or rotate. No, that's for damn sure. Fine, I'll take that deal, Sarah. You mean you'll prove that Father did not? I mean, I'll look into it. I'm a lawyer. I don't prove anything. I just disprove what I can. Then where do we start? I didn't realize you had a law degree. I do not have a law degree, but I am a fast learner. This isn't a job interview, and I am far from useless. I can...
The ad did raise at least one good question. Where do I start? I'm a defense attorney, not a police detective. And David was my friend, not my client. I won't be able to poke around at all unless...
And I'm also capable of... Can you tell a lie? I am capable of making statements that are false. Guess that will have to do. Are you going to ask me to lie? Yes. To the police, in fact. Lying to the police is a felony. Androids don't commit felonies. They make errors. Huh? Oh, I see. What kind of error did you have in mind, Adonai? I love their dynamic. Oh, this is getting great. I love sassy android child and murderer detective. Like, that's so good. It's really good. No, this may have to be in 3 parts instead of 2 because my voice is just slowly going down. But I'm really enjoying this. I think my metric will probably be waiting until, like, just assuming Alistair will get on, and like then like 30 minutes to an hour for him, and then I'll probably hop off. We'll see. Okay. Interesting. Are you sure about this? You have questions too, don't you? Right now, I'm just a little better equipped to get answers than you are. Okay, go for it. I'll make sure they're watching. Is the air quality at Noble headquarters kept up to state standards? What's that? All these Noble employees seem to have asthma. Was Father also working under poor conditions? They don't have asthma. Then why are they all carrying inhalers? Yes, ma'am, she's right over here. Oh, it's you. Yes! Our lesbian is here! Incredible.
Oh, it's you.
And oh, yes, all my favorite characters. Did I mess up?
On the contrary.
Eyes wide. She's a DA. Wait, who's Meg?
Eyes wide.
Oh, just a Meg, I guess.
Eyes wide, she's a DA.
Quiet.
She succeeded spectacularly in getting Noble's ears perked up.
Am I Rockford? Didn't think I'd run into you here. Yeah, didn't think I'd be here either. But the powers that be think my presence sends a strong message to the Meg, so... No, wait, what are you doing here? A few minutes later. I see. I'm sorry for your loss. Thank you for saying that.
Eh.
And thank you, Detective Reyes, for your many kind words.
We can't all be as talkative as you.
I'm trying to remember the Ray's voice.
We can't all be as talkative as you. It's like, oh my god. That's the voice. It's like, what are you doing?
Okay. Normally, quoting poetry would feel pretentious, but you were so genuine in your reading.
Bite me.
I love that sprite. That's such a good sprite.
Bite me.
I don't know that there's a need for all that. Very mature, Detective. Did you come up with that yourself?
Oh, no, that's Kaguya's signature pose.
Like the pop star?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You can admit it if you do.
Well, there's nothing to admit because I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what it is. I don't know who that is.
Huh. Wait, now you're saying you don't know who Kaguya is? She's the most famous.
Yeah, well, I just don't know who that is, so. Ma'am? Weren't you about to say something?
Oh, well, I'm still surprised to see you here now, Morgan. Are you helping plan the services? Actually, the company will be planning Dr. Asher's funeral service. Wouldn't his family want to take care of that? No. No? No. I see. Sorry. But if that's the case, why are you here, Morgan?
Ha! Oh gosh, I'm so sorry to disrupt your morning.
Wow, she just is awful.
You're here for the same reason as every other suit they've got crawling around. Money.
You're not wrong. There are a lot of annoying insects with annoying agendas scurrying around here before my friend's body is even cold. But the honest truth is I don't even know if David had a will. The company helped him manage his estate. Legal is probably already on it. Actually, judging by how much coffee that intern is carrying into the elevator, I'm certain they are. Right. So if you're not here for the funeral or the reading of the will... Miss Starling asked me to come here, actually, on a matter unrelated to David's passing. An unrelated matter?
That's convenient.
Isn't it? But now that I am here, it's come to my attention that the police may have made a determination in the case of David's death.
And where did you hear that?
Am I mistaken? No, you're right. They concluded that it was suicide.
Can always count on her to be blunt.
I was worried about that. Yeah, I'm sure you must be feeling... Because I'm going to have to contest that charge.
What?
The state has made a charge. I'm arguing against it.
The hell are you talking about?
The police believe David committed suicide. Suicide is a felony in this country, Detective. It is technically a crime to commit suicide, yes, but we're not in the habit of bringing dead men to trial. Especially not for their own murder, Morgan. No, not to trial, of course not. But there would be a preliminary hearing in a case like this. Technically, as a formality. Assuming the courts aren't busy that day. I'm afraid that on this occasion, I'm going to have to insist on a formality.
Yeah, well, you don't really have much to say in the matter. Well, you don't really have much say in the matter, do you?
With David gone, I have the only say, really. I am, after all, his criminal attorney.
All that money, and he needs his drinking buddy to be his attorney? Bullshit.
I'm also skeptical, Morgan. It's a pretty serious conflict of interest to be your friend's defense attorney. You're absolutely right. It is a conflict of interest. And I would have said as much to him if I had the chance. What do you mean? I only found out that he wanted me to be his attorney today.
After he died? How the hell did you miss that memo?
Embarrassing, isn't it? But to be fair, it was hidden pretty well. Oh, I didn't know you had an Android, Morgan. It's so cute. Thanks, but it's actually David's. And it's technically my witness.
Witness to what?
38 hours ago, that is, David Asher communicated to me as a matter of record the following explicit legal intent. That is the case of any and all criminal charges brought against him by the state. His attorney would be Evangeline Morgan.
Evangeline?
Oh, wow.
No, wait, seriously? Your name's Evangeline? Did your parents name you after Christmas Carol? Should we all be courtesying?
I love this. It's not that funny.
No, of course, it's nothing to be embarrassed about, Evangeline. Or do your friends call you Angel?
I hear Kaguya's on tour. Detective, should I get you tickets? You could have your dad drive you, like all the other 15-year-olds.
Hey. Feels like we're getting off topic. What were we just?
I was telling you that David Asher wanted to be her criminal offense attorney. Imagine my surprise.
An android's recording of a verbal expression of intent isn't exactly ironclad, Morgan.
That's fair. And if we were going before an upper-level court, I would expect that to be open to all kinds of scrutiny. But we're talking about a preliminary hearing. A formality, as you called it. If he asks for representation, he deserves representation. Doesn't matter whether he's dead or alive.
Am I missing something? What difference does it make? Not even an adjutant would be obtuse enough to sentence a dead man.
No, there won't be a sentence, but the adjutant will render a verdict. And verdicts have consequences, even for the deceased.
Is that what this is about? What you getting at?
If the court agrees this was a suicide, that verdict will retroactively affect evaluations of the individual's mental health.
Like, whether he was in his right mind or not?
You know anything about a state tax law, detective?
No, but I'm sure you'll be happy to educate me.
More than happy. An individual found by court to not be of sound mind can't very well give their consent to the lawyer drawing up their will. If his will is compromised, all of David's considerable assets will suddenly be thrown in legal limbo.
In which case, the state would legally be obligated to come in and pick up the pieces. So this is just about his money. I'm almost disappointed in you, Morgan.
Well, when you take into consideration all the factors, it's actually more complicated than that. For example...
Ha!
Never mind. No, Starling, you should speak your mind. All I mean to say is that while Dr. Asher did have significant holdings in art, real estate, and intellectual property, he also, of course, owned a great deal of stock in numerous corporations, principally Noble. If he was ruled to not be of sound mind,
and his shares were to end up acquired by the government,
Noble would suffer a serious blow to its commercial image and its standing in the financial community. All of which to say, there's a great deal at stake here. Not the least of which is the reputation of a man whom I was proud to call my friend.
Huh? You're not buying any of this, are you?
In case you haven't noticed, this city is working closely with Noble on this, and they're not going to let you bring them any unwanted attention.
Starlin did her part. They're watching, and they've stopped trying to hide it. From here on out, it's a gamble. I love a gamble.
Noble Electronics already has unwanted attention.
Why are you raising your voice?
If nothing changes, by the end of the day, the whole country is going to hear how David Asher committed suicide. By midnight, there will be questions about his competency. Concerns about why the brain inside every single Noble ad was built by an apparently unstable man. The shareholders will have nothing to do all Sunday but brood over that sad thought and all its disturbing implications. By the time the markets reopen on Monday, I would expect a great deal of volatility. That's so. I understand Noble's apprehension, of course, Emma. I just feel like right now the fiscally conservative thing to do would be to not get in my way.
I love her so much.
So you've got your reasons, and Noble's got a lot to think about. But why should the district attorney's office devote valuable time to playing out this game of yours? Because they're certain they'll win. That goes without saying. The court should have an opening at 6 p.m. I didn't have anything planned. Then it's a date.
It is a date. It's a date between the lesbians.
Oh, yes. Detective, would you get her clearance set up?
Yes, ma'am.
Updates every hour, yeah? You're out on a limb, Morgan. Better not linger.
Here. Clearance for all the relevant sites and police firewalls. You can interview and investigate with your attorney as an officer of the court now. If you haven't already been doing that, don't even think about being sloppy with discovery on this. Rockford might think you're funny, but I
appreciate the warning, Detective Reyes. It's nice to know you care.
I live to serve.
And protect. Whew. Thanks for the assist, Starling. Yeah, no sweat. Are all cops like that? Or are they more like the Detective London gentleman?
Most are like her.
They're mostly like that, yes. They're all that intense? Yes, it comes from being short. And most cops are short? Yes. Right, well, I'll see you at the court's house tomorrow. If you need anything in the meantime, don't be afraid to ask. Good luck. Both of you. What do we do now? Well, I have a few options. I have access to the crime scene now. Probably the best place to start. I'd like to head over to the company building as well. To get me registered? Among other things.
Either David killed himself or he didn't. But if he did, it's almost certain his asshole corporate overlords are who are to blame. In which case, I'll want to take my sweet time raking them over the coals.
What are you doing? Nothing. What about father? When can we see him? He'll be at the morgue by now. The medical examiner will speak to me, now that I'm operating under the court's authority. But if I stop to flash paperwork at every nurse and security guard with nothing better to do than ask questions, I'll have to... What's that look for? You were father's friend. Thank you again for reminding me. Aren't there people you'd like to speak with? Other friends who'd want to know? Bad news travels fast. I'm sure everyone in the country has heard about David at this point.
But all that heartbreak shit did keep me pretty occupied these last few weeks, and I was never one to pry. If there was someone who could tell me more about David's personal life over the last several months, it'd be worth the effort of finding them.
Do you have someone in mind? Maybe someone he met recently? He spoke about becoming close with someone this year, a musician. Now that you mention it, there was a something that David might have mentioned when we talked back in. I will begin a search. I've completed my search. I found nothing. Thanks for the old college try. Is that really the best you can do? Father was a private man, in person and online. With just a few letters and the fact that he was a musician, I'm afraid we don't have enough information to narrow down the results, don't I? No, we have plenty of information. We just need the right person for the job. What kind of person is that? We're going to Reyes, aren't we? Or are we going... expunged? Precinct 112? Detainment room? And who would you even have called? Oh, it's the rat! I don't know, but I still should have gotten my phone call. Instead, I got you. Who are you again? My latest guardian? My new foster parent? Want me to call you mommy? I'm not really the motherly type. Hey, we might actually get along. So I've got good news and bad news. I'm not your guardian. I'm your lawyer. You've been given a lawyer because you're being charged with a felony. Fascist pigs? Skipping school's a felony now? Hacking into a government database has been a felony for a very long time. That wasn't me. They have your keystrokes, your IP address, your login times, and the playlist you were listening to. That was for a homework assignment. Here's what I don't get. You got in, copied the data, could have gotten right out. State wouldn't even know they'd been robbed until they saw their password show up on the black market clearance 2 weeks later. But you didn't get out. You stayed and made changes to their database. You robbed the bank, got clean money, then dragged a can of spray paint behind you all the way home. Why? Look, I didn't steal anything. That wasn't already compromised. And the only data I edited was my own. So if anything, they should be thanking me for correcting their mistakes. For anything, wait, that voice is too similar. If anything, they should be thanking me. No, that's too high. If anything, they should be thanking me for correcting their mistakes. What, did they get your birthday wrong? My name. Name changes are only 2 pages of paperwork. You just need to fill out the form and get a signature from a parent or guardian. So, what's the good news then? The good news is that I'm your lawyer, not your guardian. The hell? That doesn't count as good news. That's just the thing you said. Don't be so sure. A lawyer's a lot better than a guardian. How's that? Parents, guardians, fosters, whatever. They're all supposed to take care of you because it's the right thing to do. A lawyer is someone that always does what's best for you, no matter what, because that's how they get paid. So how good are you at your job? Hello, Monker. It's pronounced core. I know how it's pronounced. I know how it's pronounced. And don't call me that. When I met Fran in the police station, couldn't help but bet I landed on the jackpot. A value asset with a skill set. Valuable. I keep forgetting.
A valuable asset with a skill set complementary to my own personal and private pursuits. Someone who, after seeing the sweetheart probation deal I managed to land for them, will be more than happy to help me with whatever I need, wherever I need it.
Always so cold, Fran. Can't I even get a good morning?
No such thing. Nothing's good even ever happened until the afternoon, when people are actually awake. What I got instead was a compulsive liar with a horrific sleep schedule and a crippling addition to poor time management. What'd you need, Red?
I can call you up just for fun.
Not if you don't want to get blocked.
I need you to find somebody for me.
Can't do it. I've got homework.
We both know that the only time you ever do your own homework is during the class it's due.
I've got sports.
You can't tell a basketball from a hockey stick.
Oh, you're ordering Thai food? Ooh, can you get me a chicken fried rice? Actually, could you get me a chicken fried rice? Oh, I honestly, I'm kind of hungry.
Oh yeah. And I've got a bidding war to win.
No, I've got a bidding war to win.
You're the only person on Earth bidding on 70-year-old Coochie and Air Jordan vintage reps, Fran. I think you can take your eyes off the option block.
So yeah, so sorry, but I'm busy, so...
I was hoping we could stay to the carrot portion of the routine, but if you insist on doing things from the top...
Huh?
I had an interesting conversation with your parole officer yesterday.
Oh yeah?
They've been really into their self-prefixes lately.
What?
Self-motivation, self-actualization, self-help.
Oh.
And he thinks you could really benefit from it.
You're lying.
He's got all the workbooks ready.
Oh.
Clearly your Saturdays are stacked, so I'll make sure your Sundays are filled of...
Fine, I get it.
I need you to find a local musician.
Musician?
Knowing you, this will be a lecture swing or some other awful... Last name Powell or Parker.
And that's all you got?
They'll be in David Asher's circles.
Wait, Asher? You're working on that?
That should be more than enough for a clever kid like yourself to go on.
Don't go expecting any miracles. I need this soon.
Within the hour, ideally.
Within the... You know I have other clients, don't you?
Other clients who actually pay you? On time? A musician. Find him.
Okay.
I love Fran. I love this little rat child. Even talking over the phone, you're very animated, Adonai. What do you mean? Just that you're very expressive when you talk to people. Of course I'm expressive. If I wasn't, how would anyone know what I'm thinking?
I see. I'll keep that in mind as we...
Wait, you really expect to tag along? Of course, Father was... Yeah, I know you want to. But why should I let you?
Because I am capable and helpful.
Uh-huh.
I mean it. I can take notes for you. And move heavy objects. And I'll learn to do more.
How?
I will subject every individual we encounter to a basic survey. To procure biographical information on them while I gain experience in questioning.
Subjecting them to torture.
I can help, Adonai. Oh, you got a small fish. Well done.
How fast can you fill out forms?
Fast.
Congratulations, you're halfway to being a paralegal.
Huh?
You coming?
Right away, Adonai.
We got ourselves a robot paralegal. Let's go. Man, this is gonna be like this. The fact it's only been 2 hours is kind of crazy to me. This game is one of those games where, because it's got so much dialogue, it feels like I get so much done, and then I look at the time and I'm like, it's only been this long? We're only through like a fourth or a fifth? Pretty quiet elevator, huh? Okay, that's all that is. All right.
You could have taken the next one.
It's a busy building, detective. Can't hold up everyone else on my account. Anything you'd like to grumble at me before I start?
Don't touch anything. I don't care that you're wearing gloves.
I have been to crime scenes before, you know.
Long before the police get there in many cases. Look, Rockford asked me to not get in your way. That doesn't mean I'm gonna bend over for you.
Do you at least have the autopsy report?
No.
Are you seriously?
I don't. She doesn't? The report should have come in hours ago. Wouldn't take this long unless the cause of death was still...
Then I'd settle for a summary of the preliminary findings.
An emergency call was made shortly after 8 p.m. last night via the home security system. Emergency medical services have a VTOL in the air within a minute. They landed on the penthouse helipad at 8:08. Dr. Asher was found unconscious with low blood pressure and a weak heartbeat. He wasn't breathing. In-flight auto triage administered artificial CPR while transferred to Gatefields Memorial. He was declared dead a few minutes after being taken to the emergency wing.
I see. And the cause of death is?
Being investigated.
Make an educated guess.
He stopped breathing, so they gave him oxygen. His heart stopped pumping, so they had the machines take over. His brain activity dropped to 0. There wasn't anything else they could do.
It was poison, wasn't it? What kind? You don't know, do you? They don't know either.
Like I said, ma'am, we don't have the autopsy report yet.
You're all good, Fiame. There's no such thing as being late to the stream. You show up and then content is given to you. So you aren't late, you're right on time. So, I'll give you a quick recap. In this case, our friend David Asher, I think that was his name, David Asher, who made all the androids, like was the lead programmer, has died. They say it's suicide. We think it's moida. He's been poisoned. He left behind Sarah, the green-haired android here, who is cool. Honestly, one of my favorite characters. We have Fran, who's a little rat gremlin hacker looking for a musician related to David, and we are just about to investigate the crime scene. And we don't have an autopsy report yet. But yeah, and here's the girl from the last one.
Why are you so certain it was poison, Adonai?
Oh yeah, and she calls us Adonai, which is like Lord. There was lore for it, I forget.
Couldn't it have been an accidental overdose? If he had been overdosed on a commercial drug, even a pre-med student would have spotted it on the hospital intake screening. They would have been able to pump his stomach, neutralize his bloodstream, and he would have lived. But he didn't live. So it must have been something deadly, a compound designed solely to kill. A fast-acting, deadly poison that causes respiratory failure. The list can't be that long. Even just through process of elimination. The medical examiner should have identified it by now, unless... You suspect a designer drug, don't you, detective?
Why is it that you're only quick on the uptake when it suits you? Nothing else makes sense, given what we know and what we don't.
But the CDIA decriminalized and categorized all recreational drugs. Yes, you aren't entirely curious about politics, so whatever father overdosed on should have been in the hospital's database.
You need to update your definitions. You're confusing designer drugs with recreational drugs.
What is the difference?
Recreational drugs are decriminalized and sold through pharmacies after years of testing and mountains of paperwork. While the average designer drug was invented last week in a 19-year-old line cook's bathroom on the other side of the globe. Hospitals can't know the proper countermeasures for an overdose of a drug that didn't exist 48 hours ago. I came across makeshift blags all the time when I was in uniform. The equipment's cheap and widely available. Black market cooks, gray market peddlers, and white-collar lobbyists, all chasing each other's tails in a long line to find the next big hit. CDCA didn't change shit. Most people die from ODs than ever before. Most difference is, it's their families fighting them in their living room, and not beat cops fighting them on street corners. Real comforting, I'm sure.
If it wasn't you talking, I'd say that was a criticism of law enforcement.
Not law enforcement, just the law.
Assuming it was a designer drug, that would certainly make things more complicated.
For the insurance guys, maybe. For us, whatever he used, he still killed himself. Or didn't kill himself, if you insist.
I'm going to take a look around now.
Yeah, sure, make yourself at home.
What's that face for? I thought that there would be an outline. An outline? Around where they found father. Like in the movies? Like in film. Connect to the police's network and bring up their ARCS file. Augmented reality crime scene, I see.
Okay. Is Sarah gonna be in it with us? I'm interested now. Okay.
There is an outline. And so this is where he died at the hospital. This is just where the medics found him. And it's the sensors and cameras they were wearing that create the basis for this arcs. They didn't realize they were walking into a crime scene, but their body cams gathered data all the same. Where do we start? You could start by falling behind me and trying to be as quiet as possible.
I'm starting to get a feel for when she's pouting even when not looking.
Okay. Lots. Oh, lots to look at. Okay. All right. Let us save, which we need to remember to do since we're on the hardcore mode. That's another important thing to note. We are on hard mode, called high roller mode, which means that we cannot save scum, which I always find is more fun in games like these. Okay. Oh, gotta stretch a little bit. Last night, I was up super late working on a YouTube short, which I'm put a little more effort into, which we'll probably go live tomorrow. It's been a while since I put one of those out, so I'm putting one of those out. I'm also working on editing video and just trying to get stuff done. You know? Alright. Let's continue. Let's check the... Actually, you know what? My voice needs a little bit of a rest. So I apologize. I'm going to quickly run 3 minutes of ads just so that I actually, one, protect people joining from pre-rolls, and two, my voice needs a break. So I'm just going to sort of sit here, take a drink, have a little snack, and rest my voice. So I will see you all. Wow, okay, my tracking keeps breaking. What's going on here? Okay. Well, anyways, I will see you all after the ads. All right. Fantastic. My voice needs a rest. I will see you. Oh. Okay. I don't know if anyone's still here, but yeah, the voice is struggling a little. I will probably not be able to go for too much longer. But I'll see what I can do. All right. Alright, sorry about this, but with this game especially, at some points I just need to rest my voice. And snack a little bit. I'm really enjoying this game though, it's super interesting. Yeah, it's really fun. All right. Sorry, I'm just finishing the last of my snack as the ads finish up. They seem really inconsistent with like how long they take. But this will protect people for the pre-rolls. Okay. What do we have? We have... I need to... Oh, I didn't mean to click that. Alright. We're looking out the window. You didn't get any? Huh? Twitch is really weird, man. Or maybe you have the, like, thing that ignores ads, or I guess just an ad blocker. I don't know. I don't know how it works. Maybe you saw a pre-roll recently enough that you ignored those ads? Twitch doesn't explain how their ads work. You are just special, fight me. I really need to buy snacks that are quick to eat on stream. But Twinkie sticks are so tasty. According to Twitch, the ads just ended, so everyone should be back. Hopefully. Hello, everyone, if you are back. Twitch is very stupid with its ads, so I never know. I'll give it a little bit longer just in case. And also so I can finish eating. Okay. Oh. I'm gonna go for at least 1 more hour, if not an hour and a half or 2. I think my voice is doing okay. Okay.
I always admired this view. The buildings gleam with reflections of holograms and sunlight, and their shadows obscure all the run-down, rotten parts of town. Maybe the view is secondary. Maybe all anyone really wants is to put as much distance between them and the street level as possible.
Is it possible that a witness could have seen something through these windows? Not through these windows, no. David installed wide spectrum auto tint in all his homes, all his cars. I didn't know that. Well, you wouldn't notice unless you were viewing the penthouse from more than... Why did he care so much about his windows? Okay, let's click the alcohol.
Better take a closer look.
Password locked, but already cracked by the police, it seems.
All the docs were take-home safe. Nothing spicy.
When was it last used?
7:48 p.m. Still reading the work emails only a few minutes before he committed suicide? Morbid. There's a lot of messages marked priority that breadcrumbs their way back to an article.
Warm android blood saved soldier's life. So back to this. Okay. An Animate 16 Enforcer, one of the few warm androids being currently tested out by the armed forces. Okay. It opened up its own arteries and pumped life-saving universal donor synthetic plasma into the young man's veins. Noble's warm androids have proven themselves to be worth their price tag. A military contract from Noble to provide the armed forces with warm models. Okay.
This is that article that I've been seeing going around. But why would Noble have it marked as priority? Starlin said they weren't in any rush to pat each other on the backs over it, even though they'd won themselves a real prize.
Easy PR, the military contract.
They now have the excuse they need to pressure the military into a contract for warm androids. Can't dismiss the expensive upgrade as unnecessary now that it saved a soldier's life. This time next year, there'll be plink oxidizing fluid being spilt all over the globe.
Okay. Lot to look at here. So here's
2 cups, one empty, knocked over, and one mostly empty.
These look cheap. Did his guests bring them in? I've seen them before, in the basement liquor cabinet. He kept these lying around? I knew he re-gifted those crystal glasses I got him. Ark says there's nothing foreign in the upright one, so it can't have been poisoned. Results are inconclusive on the other cup, however. Looks bone dry. Must have been nothing but fumes left by the time there was considered a crime scene. Just not enough there for them to test. Inconclusive could mean... Inconclusive means inconclusive, that's all. Cheer up and read me the results of the fingerprinting. Father's prints are on both cups, as expected. But there are someone else's on the upright cup, so someone else must have been with him last night. Slow down. All that proves is that someone else touched the cup. Doesn't tell us when they did it. And since we don't know who the prints belong to... Adonai, why don't we know who the prints belong to? Are the prints flagged as unidentified or... No, there's space for a name, but the field is blank. It's black. Shit, am I already that late to the action? Detective Reyes?
Yeah?
There's a second set of print on the cups.
Huh?
Is there a form you'd like me to sign?
Doesn't matter how nicely you ask. Sometimes people just can't answer. You should know that damn well, Madam Chancellor.
I was afraid you'd say that. I don't understand, don't I? What does this mean? It means that whoever those prints belong to has very proactive representation.
Those prints belong to a witness, as you've guessed. You're more than welcome to their testimony. But their identity is... The department is being very considerate of the witness's privacy, out of respect for their time and appreciation for their cooperation.
Fine, forget the name.
That easily?
Subpoenas are always an option, but I'm short on time. What did the witness have to say for themselves, Detective?
To paraphrase, they came to see Dr. Asher last night. The two of them talked together and they had a drink together. Then the doctor got sick, so they activated the emergency system from the panel in the kitchen. The MTs came and took both of them to the hospital. Arthur's condition got worse. All of the witnesses' vitals were normal.
The witness
had their vitals taken, and there should be a record of the administration at Gatesfield. And that's it.
I'm guessing you didn't just take all of that on faith?
New penumbra is set up in most of the rooms on its floor. Everything the witness told us was corroborated by the building's own surveillance system. So yes, we can guarantee that the witness never put anything in Asher's drink.
I'm guessing that I can't have the keys to the penumbra, can I?
Not until the witness lawyers are done reviewing it. Not until the witnesses' lawyers are done reviewing it.
Lawyers.
Lawyers, plural. I don't have time to trade jabs with the law offices of Johnson, Johnson, Johnson & Johnson. Say, how about I give you their business card? The lawyer offices of Koschler, Kostaff, Prince & Prince. I was close. No, I'll be getting any client information out of them directly. If all of you bloodsuckers want to get together and tear each other apart, text me before you start. I'd like to watch.
Yeah, I bet you'd like to watch.
What? What does that even mean? I don't know. Need a moment to think.
So that was it? One chat, one peek at the cams, and you've already eliminated them as a suspect?
Look, they were searched. They didn't have any poison or any drugs. Not even a stick of gum. Even if they somehow did have poison on them, the camera footage confirms they had no opportunity to use it. They drank from the same bottle as a dead man. As far as the department's concerned, they were nearly a second victim.
But they aren't dead, or even ill.
Or even ill, from the sound of things.
So you think he poisoned his own cup beforehand, then poured for the both of them from the safe bottle?
That's what the evidence is telling us. There's nothing in the bottle or the witness's cup. But after drinking from his cup, a cup he prepared himself, he fell ill and the witness didn't. And Asher died with a foreign substance in his body.
An unidentified foreign substance.
Suicide by poison. I get that you were close, and simple explanations aren't all that satisfying. That's life.
One last thing. You just said that he prepared his cup himself. Did you see that on camera?
He left the parlor to get the drinks and came back with his already poured. The witness says he got them from the basement.
The witness says that, not the cameras.
There's no cams in the lab or the basement.
That seems like a security hazard. Why would Noble not set things up more carefully?
It's intentional. If cabs of his lab ever got hacked, Outsiders could steal his IP and kick Noble's monopoly to the curb. Right. Dable did complain about Noble's weird protocols for combating corporate espionage.
At least we can take comfort in knowing that Father wasn't alone when he died. Yeah, that's...
worth investigating. I knew that we would be like, yep, that's interesting.
Okay.
The bottle.
Rose River Whiskey. 12 years old.
You
recognize it? Sure, he was more than partial to the brand.
It's a good brand, only a bit overpriced, which is the bargain of a lifetime in David's world.
It appears that the police have already tested its contents. No foreign matter present, was their conclusion. Is it possible that the police missed the poison? No. Even if they can't identify the poison, they can detect its presence by comparing samples of the whiskey to a bottle off the store shelf. So we can eliminate the possibility that the bottle of whiskey was poisoned. We'll have to find our smoking gun elsewhere.
Okay. Spilled alcohol. The arc shows how it looked last night before it evaporated. No foreign substance in the puddle. It's clean. Does that mean whatever this spill came from must be clean as well?
Okay. So that's everything on the table. Chess.
A chessboard and a data pad with a series of characters on it. E4.
E4, C5, knight F3, E6, D4, C takes D4, knight takes D4. Huh. That's a message or a cipher. Some kind of secret message, perhaps, or... Black has checkmate in 40 moves. Wow, a robot's that's good at chess. We have to put you in a museum. But I'll take your word for it. What do you mean? Do you not play, Adonai? No, especially not against David. Well, that is to be expected. Anyone who challenges a father to a battle of wits would naturally grow tired of losing. Every game starts the same. Every player has the same pieces, the same moves, the same options. It's a true test of wit, strategy, and forethought. To me, it always seemed too... boring? Too fair. The smarter player wins every time. And that is something you take fault with? Of course. How's a gal like me supposed to win in a game like that? Okay. But that was definitely a site. Wait, I'm curious. Okay, let me. Okay. Evidence. Can I not scroll? Is that it? Return. Profiles, articles, terms? No? Articles? No. It's not in the evidence. Profile. Oh, wait, we have new profiles, don't we? Okay, let's look at some of the new profiles. Let's look at Sarah's. August 29th, 160 centimeters, 200 kilos. Wow, okay. Paralegal, question mark. Martial arts, carbonation, collarbones. Dislike static, blackouts, elevators. Talents, I'm good at lots of things. Skills, I don't know how skills differ from talents. I also like the 180-degree rule. Okay, interesting. Then we have Rockford, our favorite lesbian. O plus, blood type, 165 centimeters. Assistant to district attorney. Likes milk tea, white noise, black lace. Dislikes artificial sweeteners, home remedies, ink stains. True crime and Bodhi's... That makes sense for the readings. Best at getting the staff's attention. Worst at deciding what to order. That's funny. Okay, Raise. Okay, I think this is the same. This is pretty similar to what it was before. Just a little different with the, dislikes man-threading, struggles with remembering lyrics, default status, do not disturb. London, good at coming up with nicknames, bad at remembering birthdays. Ooh, okay. Pretty good. Then Fran. Hacker, but don't put that down, obviously. September 28th, 158 centimeters. Student. Haptics. Francois Snow. That's cool. Haptics, synth music, cinnamon toast. Dislike teachers, politicians, adults, cops, alarm clocks. Values, rarity, originality, history, vibes. Favorite subject, none. Worst subjects, literature, social studies, athletics. I love Fran. Okay. Let's close the phone. So, we need to find, well, the body, but I don't think there's anything else to click. All right. It says here that when the medics arrived, he was on the floor, face up. Does that tell you something? Hey, if you were going to drink a glass of poison, would you be sitting or standing when you did it? I find it very difficult to speculate on that hypothetical scenario. The seat by his body is pulled out. If he was seated when he lost consciousness, I would expect to find him slumped over on the table. But he wasn't found slumped over. No, he wasn't. And if he hadn't been standing when he lost consciousness, I would think he would have fallen forward or at least collapsed less neatly. So what can you conclude from that, Adonai? Only that I'm missing something. Oh, okay, we could observe, we could expect. One chair knocked over.
One chair knocked over, probably where David was sitting. And one chair pulled out, a party of two. Never cared much for socializing, but he enjoyed hosting. Contradictory guy.
Did someone say the contrarian? Take the gun and throw it out the window! Ah, Slay the Princess reference. I love that game. Okay.
Police androids monitoring the scene. I'd almost mistake them for the real thing. The way they stand there trying to look important.
Huh? Like an indoor dog taking its first trip to the park. Pardon? Why are you looking at it like you've never seen an android before? Because I haven't, in person. David didn't even let you have a mirror? Brutal. Just scan its chin if you're that curious. I love her face. Her face is incredible. Unless that's considered too forward or whatever.
Seems that's everything critical on this side of the room, which leaves the kitchen.
You said there's camera footage of the dining room showing David and his guest. What about in here?
Only camera in the kitchen is the one mounted on the call terminal. The console took a snap image when the witness ran into contact emergency services.
May I see it?
Not unless you scrape the witness's face off the pics first. Don't tempt me.
Okay. Alright. Lots of things here. So let's look at the door.
Oh, nope, the fridge. David's fridge. Normally I wouldn't go poking in the pantry at a crime scene, but this was a poisoning. Some white wine chilling in the drawers, some real cheap liquor stuffed in the icebox.
Thank you for the lurk ability. Sorry, I missed that. I'm getting too into this game is the problem.
Old habits.
Reyes, you said he left the parlor and came back with that whiskey from the basement?
Huh? Yeah, that's what the cams show, yeah. There's plenty to drink right here. And I like the cabinet downstairs. It's actually cold. He must have wanted Rose River in particular.
What's that look for? You hungry? I am an android. I do not get hungry. Are you being sarcastic? Only mostly. I thought you said you required organic nutrient. I do ingest organic substances, but that doesn't mean that I experience hunger as you do. So when you don't ingest organic substances for a long time, I become tired. What a great feature. And when I'm done digesting, I don't need to know.
Does the android poop? This is critical information to the investigation.
Do you poop? This is where the emergency call was made.
What time did the call go out?
8:04 p.m. Before you ask, the witness left the parlor at 8:03 p.m. Not enough time for them to alter the scene.
I wasn't going to ask that. When did the medics arrive?
8:08 p.m., remember? Hell of a response time for a penthouse.
Private EMS came by air?
Yeah, they landed on the VTOL pad you saw outside. Took him to Gatesfield. Very best if you can afford it. Looking around here, seems like he could afford a lot.
He got his insurance through his employer, just like most people.
Caduceus Executive Plan 4 isn't like most people, counselor.
He had executive level?
Not like most people at all.
Okay, that's information.
Messy workspaces, but a pristine kitchen. David was a good cook, but only for others. Unless he had a guest, he'd happily eat instant ramen and protein bars for all 3 meals. Or 2.
Or 1. I relate to that. If I've got someone over, I'm cooking up a feast. If it's just me, I am so lazy.
No signs of food prep to be found. Not so much as a cheese board. So whoever this guest was, they must have shown up unannounced.
Okay, good to know.
3 unwashed dishes in a single glass.
Reyes, these dishes haven't been scanned for prints yet.
And
I just assumed you might want to do your job.
Thank you, brother. My brother very silently came in and delivered me a lovely chicken fried rice. Alright.
yeah, there are prints. Most match the victim. But there's also,
Huh?
Hey! Don't sneak up on me like that.
All I did was walk over to you.
You knocked over the salt, don't I?
I was focused on the task at hand.
Didn't realize tunnel vision was a selling point of your mod.
The salt.
As I was saying, the witness's prints are on that glass.
That glass in the sink. They were drinking from cups in the parlor. Did you see a glass on camera?
No. So when did they touch this glass?
You need to toss it over your shoulder. I love this little gremlin so much.
Witness must have thought about giving the guy some water, but he would have just choked on it if they had tried. What, do you think this glass was the murder weapon?
It's bad luck, don't I?
Whacked him on the back of the head so fast it went between video frames?
That's genius. You should go through the footage frame by frame to prove your theory.
Meh.
Mature. It's bad luck. What have you been going on about? The salt? Shouldn't a machine be above petty superstition? It's not a superstition, it's ancient wisdom. Give me one logical reason to care then. If too much salt spills onto your food, it'll make you gag. Maybe it's on me for setting the bar too low there. Salt shaker is evidence? Wait, 1 second. Where's the salt shaker gone? Was it here? No. Okay. Was it here? Salt shaker. Salt shaker that was accidentally knocked over during the investigation. The cap was loose, and so salt spilled all over the countertop next to the sink. Consuming too much salt at once will make you gag, according to Sarah. This is going to be so relevant. This is going to be like the thing that cracks the case. I guarantee you right now. It's going to be like, why was there salt? Oh, because he tried to gag. Something like that. You know what? Chicken fried rice is actually good because it's quick to eat. Okay. You've now had the chance to survey the crime scene. Yeah. So do you think you know what happened? Detective, is his body still at the hospital morgue? Yeah, he's at Gatesfield, along with a half-hundred noblemegs who've all called dibs. Then I'll just have to cut in line. Sarah, get me a ride to Gatesfield Memorial. What? You can do that, can't you? I can, but I need your payment information to get started. Yeah, okay. Understood. On my way down. Got it. Sync complete. Set pickup for 10 minutes should be plenty. The crowd down there seems to have been gotten quite large. 10 minutes to reach the pickup point may be an ambitious target, don't I? How bad can it be? I feel like that's gonna be way later in terms of time. As I approach the lobby's exit, the building's soundproofing begins to fail. The crowd has gotten bigger, but there's something else happening out there. Are this many people pissed at Noble for selling androids? The hell's got them all so excited? Adonai? What does that symbol mean? In this rabble? Probably something vulgar. Which one? That heart with the bullet hole. I don't know. It's probably nothing. Based on net associations, it appears to be a symbol for the Heartbreak Killer. That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why would that freak have a symbol? Or a following? Or these... whatever these people are? And why the hell would they be outside David Asher's apartment? 'Cause Noble's trying to cover up the truth. They are? Those Megs in there are scrambling to shred every document they can. We need to stick together, form a perimeter, and try and catch them when they go to dump the scraps. Sarah, what are you hoping to find? Proof that Asher was killed for trying to blow the whistle. Blow the whistle? Blow the whistle on Heartbreak? Noble doesn't want to know the world that the A-16 is sentient and homicidal. You think that Heartbreak is an android? You think whoever did all that was human? Yeah, no, could never have been human. No, definitely. I love how much we hate the Heartbreak Killer, like the idea of it. Like, we hate that pseudonym so much. Noble's advanced prototype went amok and started killing. Started killing random people? Don't be a lamb, it only looks random. There's a clear pattern as long as you're smart enough to see past the bullshit. Oh, okay. And how does one see past the bullshit? Stop engaging. Smart kid, she gets it, she's asking the right questions. What the hell are you talking about? No way those victims weren't related, it's gotta be deniable ops. They must have all been in DO together before getting their records bleached. Exactly, yeah. And assuming they've outlived their usefulness. What are you, nuts? Everyone knows the first six HK got to were the 6 prototypes that came before him. Warm androids are so perfect no one could tell the diff. A bullet to the heart's the only way he could kill those other over-engineered freaks.
Everyone's got a goddamn opinion.
I see. Stop seeing, start moving. These people are insane.
Why don't you eat some more corn slop, asshole? You think you can be the cyberpunk without ever thinking for yourself?
You think it's a coincidence victim number 6 was working on hardcore crops?
They're putting something in the food.
Those people, heartbreak, this is a goddamn embarrassment. The hell am I paying taxes for if the state can't shut this shit down? What about you, Adonai? What do you think about this heartbreak figure? They're just a murderer. Should be caught and sentenced just like any other murderer. But they must have some reason for doing such terrible things, aren't you curious? Why? Are some reasons for committing murder better than others? They might have experienced trauma or abuse. They might have. Millions of people experience trauma and abuse every day. Millions. And yet there's only one heartbreak. So you think they were just born that way? That's my guess. That's unsatisfying? Sad. I don't see why it would be. If Heartbreak was born like that, then they never had a chance to be anything else. If Heartbreak was born like that, then none of us normal people have to ever worry about turning out like them. That kind of predestination, it means they never have to take responsibility for what they are. The state can make them take responsibility as soon as they catch them. You make it sound so trivial. They're a very dangerous serial killer. Just a serial killer. Just? If HK shot someone every day, it would take them 1,132 years and about 11 months in order to have killed 413,789 people. Yeah, okay, that many. However many I said. You did that in your head? I'm good at mental math. You counted the leap years. What is the significance of that number? Deaths within 18 months of the Blakeport industrial disaster. Huh? Times that number by 2 for the injuries. Talk on another 183% for the birth defects. Huh? 413,000 dead, and there wasn't anything evil about it. Just humor and error, some shoddy welding, and time. So you think that Heartbreak is nothing by comparison? Perhaps that is the problem then. If they're nothing, if they represent nothing, then they can stand for whatever the crowd wants them to.
Please make way.
Please make way. Officials are coming through. Please disperse. Keep walking, pigs. Fascists. Noble owns the cops. Only the cops they build in their factories.
Very funny. Why are we tolerating this shit?
You want me to wade into the crowd with a nightstick? Prove them wrong?
You know what I mean. We're the only people in the city trying to do some goddamn good. And they all just...
That's just part of the job, detective.
No offense, ma'am, but wearing a police badge earned you a little more hate than... Do they give prosecutors badges?
I have an ID for the parking garage. Does that count? Depends. You ever hesitate to wear it in the open? This moral relativism of yours seems like a strange philosophy for someone in your profession, Adonai. Breaking out the thesaurus on me? I love this so much. I'm only being realistic and humble. I'm just one woman, Sarah. Whatever I do, right or wrong, it's less than 1% rounding error in the grand scheme of things. Do you tell that to your clients? No, but they come to appreciate it when I win. I don't mean cops in particular. The same deal applies to anyone who works for the state. The terms are stark, but the ink dried a long time ago, and we all agreed to them. I don't recall voting for it. Well, not voting is how these things come to pass, so... We traded freedom for safety, individual rights for collective power. The state won, the citizens lost. Very least we can do is take their criticisms head on.
Look, I don't have a problem with the responsibilities of authority.
Only with authority being challenged?
But they treat us like we're the bad guys.
Well, sometimes we are. Sometimes the law is wrong. So if any given individual is too small to ever affect change.
So if the public's gonna hate us no matter what we do.
And if corporations and governments will trample over people the same regardless of their character.
And if we can't even be sure we're doing the right... It's hard switching between these two voices.
What do you do, Adonai?
What the hell do we do?
I think it's pretty simple. It's not as complicated as you think. In times like these, in a world like this, the only logical way to live is, the only moral way to act is, do whatever it takes to win.
I love. Yes. Oh, I'm screenshotting this. Because if I ever need a thumbnail for this game, I think I just found one. Wait, I missed it. No, wait, can I go back? No, I died. Oh, man. Oh, well, I got the most important frame. Okay. Okay, awesome. I'm gonna store this in my editing area because that's too cool not to use. Like, come on. All right. Oh.
If I'm insignificant in the grand scheme of things, I can do my worst and no one will notice. If power is inherently evil, holding back won't save your soul. Just fight with both barrels and trust the opposition to do the same. Winner takes all.
I love their duology. Also, this is some good chicken fried rice. I'm hungrier than I normally am on stream. It's weird. Gatesville Memorial Hospital. Oh, okay.
Thank you. You're a lifesaver. And the next time that Bridezilla texts you, just turn your phone off. Chatty guy. Must have been due to go on break.
When he tried and failed to find the witness's medical record, his datapad had the name blacked out. But I did say that they have Caduceus Executive 3, more expensive than David, which means they most likely...
How did you do that? You need to hold the button to get the door to close faster. Mashing does nothing.
That is not what I meant. There were many others who arrived before us. How did you get us down here so quickly?
Well, I didn't do anything. It was that nurse who escorted us.
Yes, but you managed to get a stranger like him to help you with so few words, so little information. I don't think you even gave your name.
Haven't you heard of the golden rule?
Of course I have. Treat others how you would want to be treated.
Wrong. Treat others how they would want to be treated.
That's really good. That speaks so much to the two of their character, and it's also a really good line. Also, fried rice is a top comfort food. It's so good. We do a little bit of snacking here. Food is too good to not have. And also, any rest for my voice between dialogue is wonderful. Alright.
He wanted someone that he could vent to. He wanted someone to pay attention to him, and he wanted to feel appreciated. Which meant he'd be eager to help, given the chance. Even just reading someone's mood is quite difficult. How can you know how another person wants to be treated? There are no mind readers. No one can ever know anything about what anyone else is thinking. Maybe not even themselves. Doesn't matter if they're your parent, your twin, your lover. It'll always be a gamble. That is, not a very comforting sentiment. Well, I think it's fun. Only because you're good at it. How did you get so good at it? Same as anything. Observation and practice. You must have been observing and practicing for a very long time then. So we proceed down the hall, bear left, look for the fourth door. I'm gonna open the one that says morgue on it.
Oh. Hello. Whoa. That's a design right there. What is going on with you? Cyberarm, like cyber jacket? Like what is this? Who are you? Huh? Wait.
Oh, hey. No, wait. Oh, hey. Come on, come on in. Don't stand out there in the cold. Wouldn't be accurate. Wait, no, that's too similar. You see, there's too many female characters. I'm starting to run out of voices. Cold? Wouldn't be accurate. Wouldn't be accurate. Sorry about the chill in here, but I run a little hot. And you can see my roommates never complain. Yumi Sato, medical examiner. Dr. Sato, just the lady I wanted to see.
Though I didn't expect that I'd get to. The fact they've assigned a medical examiner and not some ad or junior means.
Oh, you can just call me Yumi. And you're? Morgan. I represent the deceased. The deceased? Oh, the deceased. Asher D. Wait, really? That's weird. I thought this time slot was scheduled for a group of noble PR people who... I know. Weird, right? Huh? Well, what the hell do I know? I was getting tired of hosting Megs anyways. I gotta finish typing up this report before we can talk shop. And in the meantime, feel free to make yourself at home.
This game has so many... You see, at least with the murder of Sonic the Hedgehog, I only had to worry about Amy, Rouge, and Blaze. This game has so many characters where I gotta try and do female voices. Or at least femme voices. I've actually met many dudes. Besides, like, the person we defended in the first game, the victim of this game, and London. I think that's all we met. Alright. Now I can advance, but that's not my style. Alright. Let's read over here. What's this? The hospital's getting renamed? No, guess it's some other hospital that got snapped up. Hospital renamed to thank Ikaria. Plotter Memorial Hospital was formerly renamed to the Northeastern Ikaria Medical Complex in recognition of the family's incredibly generous donations. Okay, so Ikaria made incredibly generous donations. They paid for the renovations of the orchestra hall and retrofitted the scout arena. They had their business rivals going so far to announce them of involvement with organized crime. After the founding of Renegade Medical over 25 years ago, the Ikaria have moved out of the business world and into the upper echelons of society. They were born from the chaotic economics of the Red Decade. Label her family House Ikaria. Okay. The Ikaria. Guess they weren't always in the same line of work. Now they're plastering their name wherever to get themselves healthcare new image, I'm guessing. All the Neobility are eager to prop up their image wherever they can. But that must go double for the Ikarias. Assuming the truth about their criminal past is anywhere close to the rumors. Okay, let's look here. Ooh. That's a lot of screens. There's gotta be a diminishing return on productivity. Why do you have so many monitors, ma'am? You can't just ask someone that. Good question. Every quarter when they do inventory and budgeting, they ask me if I need anything, and I never do, so I submit a blank form. But I guess a while back, there was a +1 in a spreadsheet somewhere, and no one's ever corrected it, so... Boom, I get 4 new monitors every year. Do you run out of things to use them for? Sometimes, but this year I've started running 2 dramas at once when I'm doing rote work, which helps. Watching 2 television shows at the same time helps you do rote work? Helps me use up the screens. I see. Okay. That's funny. That's such a corporate thing. of like someone forgot to do a spreadsheet is getting delivered something. It's like, well, guess we got to use it now. Bro, this fried rice is so bomb. Mmm. It's fantastic. All right. Let's look at... Let's look at these weird things over here. Oh, apparently they're dead bodies. Okay.
Are these all dead bodies? One would hope so. I only meant that I'm surprised to see them stored here. It suggests a backlog, which suggests a higher murder rate than the public data would lead one to expect. Do you only examine bodies for the police, Doctor? Oh, I wish. Nah, most of my job involves confirming COD on natural deaths for insurance adjustments. Insurers want to blame the mod for failing. Mod makers want to blame the stiff for not exercising enough. Family says the company's insurance plan would pay for mods, but not a gym membership. Yeah, that whole wall there is suspected defective liver mods, suspected leaking internal bio batteries, suspected CCIC. CCIC? Climate change-induced complications. You can prove that climate change contributed to an otherwise natural death? Very, very rarely. If it can be proved, what does that mean for the family of... If it can be proved, what does that mean for the family of the deceased? Plus or minus 14% on the life insurance payout. Huh? I mean, it's most of what I do, and I don't dislike my job. It's just... so much of what I do just boils down to telling a bunch of cheapskates how to split the dead man's bill. It's enough to make homicide feel like a breath of fresh air.
She finishing up over there?
Right, okay, so what's up? Thanks for your time, Dr. Sato. My first question would be, what was the cause of death? Oh wow, hi there, cute android. I didn't even recognize it. I didn't even realize it was... really cute. That the skin there that's remarkable. Even just looking close, you can tell they really are warm. Still not quite human body temperature, but they've come a long way. The early gens all look flushed. Felt like they were always running a fever, and they ran like it too. Even 2 years ago, the average warm android only lasted... Sorry, but the circumstance surrounding this particular case call for expediency. Right. So what can I tell you?
Talk screen.
The police mentioned a talk screen. Yeah, that's the thing. They ran a talk screen when he first arrived, a typical diagnostic intake procedure. Based on the emergency call, they figured he must have overdosed on something, but the talk screen gave them nothing. After he died, we performed the broadest screenings possible. Nothing. So were you forced to conclude this was a natural death?
I had salt poisoning, sodium poisoning. They used the salt, that's why there was salt. It was open.
I didn't give up that easy. I took blood samples and compared their makeup with what was on record in his previous medical history. And I managed to isolate a single, non-naturally occurring chemical compound that wasn't there before. What was it? Some exotic toxin from a different hemisphere? I wish. I ran it through every available database we have access to, and even a few I only sort of have access to through some friends. Not only does it not match any known poison, doesn't match the chemical makeup of any registered compound. Huh? So a designer drug, huh? That seems to be the best explanation.
What the hell did you do, David?
You said it didn't match any registered...
You said it didn't...
You said...
Oh, okay.
You said it didn't match any registered compound. What about compounds that aren't registered?
Those friends of yours, private sector folks?
Yeah, in pharmaceuticals.
If one of them patented a new compound, a new drug, what would keep its formula from going on the record?
In the private sector, intellectual piracy is the norm, so you're expected to protect your research aggressively.
Patent first, find a use later?
Yeah, a patent would have to at least describe your compound in brief, but depending on what country you file it in, I've heard it may be considered prudent to keep the actual chemical makeup off the record.
Smart. Using international IP laws as your own personal minefield.
How so?
Whenever you're ahead, patent as much as you can, as fast as you can, but bury the formulae so no one knows where it's safe to walk.
Anybody small in ambition comes along, finds a new drug they're excited about. You flip up your card, let them know you came up with the idea years ago, and that you'll give them death by 1,000 court dates if they so much as blink. Wouldn't work on anyone your size or bigger. They could punch back. But the rest of the field?
Wow, you corporate lawyers are scary.
I'm not a corporate lawyer.
So you came up with that strategy just now?
Oh. So it's possible that this poison is actually a known substance. Something that the hospital could have easily identified. If it weren't considered a trade secret.
Yes, unfortunately, that is a possibility.
These voices are hard to do, man. I keep picking harder and harder voices. I feel like I might actually have to look for some voice acting work after a little bit of streaming. Like, the amount that I'm doing, I'm gonna get really good at it. Voice acting would be fun. Alright.
Still, just because a drug is new, that doesn't mean it's original.
Does the effect that this compound have remind you of any other drug? Maybe one that prescription only? Or a controlled substance? One you might know by another name? With a patented structure? Sorry, sweetheart, it's a general depressant. There are a lot of drugs that have that effect on the body, and they come in all shapes and sizes, from all kinds of places.
Oh.
If the effect was unremarkable, what about its strength?
Could you estimate how much of the stuff he had in his body, all told?
Not precisely, no. Not without detailed knowledge on its half-life, but I'd guess that it must have been about 20 milligrams.
Welcome, Alistor. Alright, I'll give a quick recap. We are Murderer Detective. We are investigating the death of our friend David, who was a scientist, like a programmer who programmed all the androids in this world. We were told by his assistant that he left something for us the day before he passed away, which is this green-haired android we are traveling with, who is like super advanced, super technical. It's supposedly a poison using a designer drug, which we don't think it's a suicide because we know him, but the police think it is, and so we're trying to prove it isn't, basically. So we're basically defending a dead man.
Is 20 milligrams a lot? Not for a medicine. So this wasn't just an overdose of something relatively harmless then.
No, not if 20 mil was enough to crash his entire nervous system.
Cause of death.
Were you able to determine the cause of death?
Well, cause of death, sure. We got that much figured out at least.
Why doesn't that sound particularly reassuring?
Dr. Asher died of respiratory failure. Not enough oxygen in the blood, not enough blood going to the brain. Root cause being widespread depression of the central nervous system.
Nah, the green girl couldn't have, because she was asleep. She was napping in a locked door. I doubt it. Because she's also the one trying to figure it out. Like, she was the one like, this wasn't a suicide. You have to investigate this. So I think it's very unlikely. Also, for while I'm going quiet, I'm eating a fried rice. A chicken fried rice. Can you believe a chicken fried this rice? I certainly can't. Okay.
What would the symptoms be? What would it have looked like?
Lightheadedness followed by dizziness, then headache, slurred speech, exhaustion, loss of consciousness, and finally respiratory arrest.
Huh?
Report shows that the EMTs tried intubation, then resuscitation through electrical stimulation repeatedly. By the time he got to the emergency room, they were desperate enough to attempt direct artificial blood oxygenation, but it was too late.
And you're certain of all that?
And you're certain of all this? Oh, well, most of it, sweetie.
Most of it?
Yeah, it's turned into quite the puzzle, and I'm used to having more pieces to start with.
It's your second month being subbed? Oh, it is! Oh, yeah. Oh, that's cool. Wait, Daisy, do you... That, yeah. I didn't realize that, because it doesn't... I don't think it give me, like... Because I think if you subbed where, like, auto resubs, it probably just did it while I wasn't live, so it didn't notify me. But thank you, Alistair. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, it turned into quite the puzzle, and I'm used to having more puzzle pieces to start with. I was surprised a man as rich as famous as him didn't have any kind of biomes, but his files show
He wasn't a viable candidate for modding.
Yeah, that's right. Without that kind of first-hand tech, we don't have nearly as much data as we'd like. But he was extensively monitored from the moment the EMTs arrived. We're very certain about our conclusion.
Oh. Did you find anything else unusual about his body in your examination? Cuts or bruises?
No injection sites, nothing in any cavities.
Nothing at all, huh? Thank you, Yumi.
Of course, so... You ready to view the body? We could skip it if you want. I know most people get squeamish around corpses.
Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem.
Oh, I love these screens. They're so good. And a perfect opportunity to grab a bite of chicken fried rice. We are definitely not finishing this case today. But with the fried rice, I'll probably be able to stream longer than I thought. It's really helping the voice and the energy. I mean, a chicken worked hard frying it. I gotta do it justice.
Okay then, let's get started.
Okay.
Alright, I'll just step out for a moment to give you some privacy.
Yes, please. Thank you. Yes, please. Thank you.
Last time we talked was on a Sunday. You were complaining. I remember that. It's just the principle of the matter. Right, you had ordered this cheap piece of shit sculpture or something by mistake. And it came damaged and you wanted to send it back for a refund. Gently reminded you how with your salary it was literally not worth your time. And I kindly offered to throw it out for you since you're having so much trouble letting go. Only offering because you want to see how loud it sounds shattering at the bottom of my trash can. I denied it even though you were right and it was obvious. Should have let you have that one.
Get some tea with honey in it? I really should. I thought that he would look different.
Huh?
But he looks exactly the same as I remember. His skin is pale, and he's very still. But his face is the same. His hair, his hands.
You were expecting something more drastic?
The last time I saw him, he was alive. He smiled, and he told me that he would see me soon. Now he's dead. Something is gone, and I can't find the difference. I'm trying to look harder, but I think I might just not be capable of it. And I wonder why. Why I was created to not be capable.
Could be an issue of skill. Or maybe it's not something that can be seen, no matter how hard you look.
We are the worst. We are just an absolute asshole.
But it's there, I guarantee it.
Oh.
I've seen the transition enough times to be sure that between life and death, the distinction has significance. To the dead, at the very least.
You're going to smoke? Here? Now?
I'll pay the fine.
That's not the issue.
Were you expecting me to fall to pieces? Real boys grieve in all kind of ways, Pinocchio.
And some don't grieve at all, it seems.
I'm a cold woman. Sorry to disappoint.
The hell?
Why the hell won't this thing light?
Adonai, you have your cigarette backwards.
Oh, we are actually shaken up by this. Oh, wow.
All right, that's back into cold storage for him, so need anything else?
Can you send me the chemical makeup of that compound you isolated?
Sure, for what it's worth, let me just... It's got carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, hydrogen with hexagonal structures. So it's organic?
Oh, so it's organic, but there's a number of metallic elements too.
And if you had to speculate on its intended use, based on what we know of its structure?
Well, it certainly acted like a depressant, binding to receptor pathways and affecting the balance of neurotransmitter reuptake.
Depressants are rare these days in the designer drug scene.
True, people are always looking for a higher high or a crazier trip. But a more powerful depressant will just make you fall asleep. Not much need to hit up the gray market for that kind of experience.
No, there's not.
I see. Thanks again, you've been extremely helpful during a very difficult time.
Hey, anything you need, give me a ring.
That's very generous.
Rockford's orders got me on call, so I'm already getting overtime on the whole weekend.
Glad to hear it.
Goodbye, Yumi.
And goodbye to you, Greenie.
My name is Sarah.
Nice to meet you, Sarah.
Yeah, I'm loving this so far. But I am a bit like, how long is this gonna be? Okay. I think from now, if I get to a point in the game where I'm like, this is an incredible stopping point. True. That's pretty true. Though that would be probably identified. So maybe a compound bit around that. I'm getting to the point where at this point, if I get to a moment in the story where it feels like a good time to stop or switch or something, I might. But we'll see.
The buildings get progressively more polished as we head into the most economically developed part of the city. Corporate territory. National headquarters for the likes of Howe Industries, Lockcoon, Tethys, Nath. Each of them sheltering their own microcity of employees' accommodations beneath their skyscraper shadows.
Another thing that I probably will do is I may leave the stream up for longer just to test out Streamer Bot and try and fix all of the shenanigans because its timed actions aren't working. And so I have a feeling I'm going to have to maybe delete and reset up all the timed actions or roll back to an earlier version of stream, like something weird.
Each of them shelter in their own microcity of employees' accommodations beneath their sky.
Actually, I'm gonna do something now. I'm going to I'll put it here. I'm going to make a test timer event to see if I can actually get one working. Timed actions, timers, create a timer, enabled repeat. Okay. Could also be that YouTube is now linked to my streamer bot. That's a possibility. I don't know. Okay. Let me not have a line count and just have one that goes every, I don't know. Let's have one that goes every 10 minutes. Call it test. And I'll just have Clockwork say, this is a, oh, there it goes. There's the sub notification. Thank you, Alistair, but I don't know why it showed up now. I guess it just gave you the sub notification, huh? Maybe you subbed like exactly 1 month ago at that time or something. Okay. I've got a test action now setting up to see if a timer will work. Okay.
Each of them shelter in their own microcity of employees' accommodations beneath their skyscraper shadows. Whale Fall. The entirety of the ocean floor coming together to feast and grow and live. live off the fetid, rotten fat of the leviathans that swallow generations of people by the mouthful. Weight.
Weight is commonly listed, and my weight is... Do I really have to disclose that?
Noble lays claim to one of the largest shadows in the city, a towering nerve center for the whole nation's android industry. It's meant to be intimidating, I'm sure, but Tay, I'm glad that Noble keeps such a sizable physical presence here. I need answers about David and his work on Sarah. Answers I'd never get browsing the company website or speaking to a representative.
Synopsis, relationships. There are typically trivia sections as well. Should I start there?
Noble will have their guard up, of course, but even that will tell me something. Where they let me walk, who they let me talk to.
History.
Their efforts at performative transparency and clumsy obfuscation will...
How did you know my father? What? I'm sorry, did I interrupt your brooding?
No. What did you ask?
My father, I know you were his friend. But what was your relationship like?
Can't you just scroll through our socials?
Father avoided social media. And your online presence is not significant.
You're saying I don't have enough followers?
Essentially.
We went to the same college.
You studied programming?
No, I studied all kind of different things as an undergrad, but not technology.
That a good way to prepare for law school?
I wasn't preparing for law school. Or anything else, really. David, though, he had talent, and he knew he wanted to do something with it. He studied programming, robotics, discrete maths, cybernetics.
What classes did you share then?
Business ethics.
Huh?
I was the second best student in the class, and he...
Was the first?
He was the one who asked the most questions. Not sure about his actual ranking. He found the course challenging. And I clearly didn't, despite being younger. Guess he felt burned. He'd come up to me after class to argue, and sometimes to ask for help.
Father always talked about socializing like it was a chore. It was kind of you to give him a chance.
What, like I was some kind of social butterfly? The belle of the ball?
You weren't?
One Sunday night, he knocked on my door all panicked, saying he was in a bad shape for his text course. There was a midterm or something the next day. I couldn't make heads or tails of the material, but I did my best to at least quiz him. He wasn't satisfied, though. Wanted to
Yeah, I need law school for a... I don't even know what you were trying to type there. That's an unfortunate one. Doctorate? Detective? I don't know.
He wasn't satisfied, though. Wanted to cram the rest of the night.
Father had to cram for an undergraduate midterm?
Did I say something scandalous?
He's been called the founder of modern programming.
Yeah, well, even founder types can have poor time management when they're 21. He was already fried by that point. Wasn't hard to tell what he was really asking for. So I went and stole a study aid for him.
You stole a controlled substance just to help him with studying?
No, that would be insane. No, I just pocketed some breath mints from the common room. Told him to pinch his nose and swallow fast because the taste is so strong.
Oh, defective. Or detective. I'm assuming that's detective. You gave him a placebo.
He already knew the content as good as he ever would. What he needed was to sleep. He could barely keep his eyes open by the time I got back from my daring heist. Didn't take much convincing for him to rest his eyes and just until it kicked in.
Huh? And the test?
B+, I think.
Surprised that Father stayed close with you after all that. You stole and lied to him.
I stole and lied for him. And David understood that. He was good at understanding things without me having to spell them out. But I guess that's not the kind of person that gets passed down through kind of thing that gets passed down through programming.
I love her face.
Anyway, we kept in touch after that. First year of grad school, he published this paper. The Turing Solution, a framework for programming adaptive linguistic heuristics. One of his advisors came up with that title. David thought it was way too cocky, but it still hasn't failed any known Turing test in the years since. Don't act like you're the one who deserves credit for it. He called me one weekend, asking for advice on how to handle all the attention. Job offers, interviews, apprenticeship, invitations to immigrate. What did you tell him? I don't remember telling him anything, actually.
A lot of our conversations went like that. He would talk to me about whatever personal or professional problem was stuck in his head that day, and I would just nod while he wore himself out. At the end of the conversation, he thanked me, even though I hadn't offered a single word of advice.
Morgan is incredible. Such a good main character. Ooh. Also unlucky on finding a piece of seaweed. Oh, maybe. Shame she's a lesbian.
He took Noble's offer and then took over his education, paid him to work on his master's during the day and attend corporate training at night. And whatever else Noble may be, they were smart enough to start listening to him early.
You are referring to his 1-point doctrine.
Quality over quantity.
Simple and elegant, just like his code.
Simple and elegant, but an anathema to a global corporation with supply chains designed for maximum capacity and just-in-time manufacturing. But obviously got over that distaste fast enough. In the span of a few years, Noble's gone from making manual labor ads for meager profit to being the world leader in intelligence as a service. Even as he was making money hand over fist, he still kept in contact with a nobody like,
Oh, he absolutely was in love with her.
I moved to the city for my apprenticeship. He helped me put a down payment on my apartment. Then made up excuses as to why he couldn't help me move boxes. Huh? So is that enough detail for you? Thoroughly convinced that he and I were, in fact, friends?
I am. But Adonai, the favor that you owe him, what was it for?
That's private, understand? I have zero interest in talking about it with you.
Huh?
Say you understand.
I understand, Adonai. We will be arriving shortly. Shall I send word ahead?
Just tell them that David Lawyer is here.
Wow, okay. I think that he might have killed someone and we covered it up. That's my prediction right now. I think that he murdered someone or something like that happened and we covered it up. I don't know. Oh man, the chicken fried rice is so good. Sorry if I'm making anyone hungry, but I was hungry. Okay. I think I'm gonna keep playing. Did you miss something important? No, I don't really. You missed that we... The only thing you might have missed is that David... We were not saying why we owe David a favor. So, like, we owe him a favor, and that's why we're looking after the Xandra doing all this. But we don't... we haven't said why.
I've been here before.
Sat right here in this lobby waiting for David to come and treat me to lunch. At least I think it was this lobby. Could have been some other floor. Could have been an entirely different building. All these corporate towers of Babel feel like interchangeable fractals to me. Folding in on themselves in patterns of narcissistic paranoia. So monumental in the scale of their hubris, they needed to use non-Euclidean geometry when drawing up the blueprints. The dialogue in this is really good. I really like it a lot. It gives a lot to all their characters. Alright. Oh man. The greatest minds of each generation coming together. Just to find the most expensive way to shove their heads up their asses. Okay, wait, the timer worked. The timer worked. Okay, so now I'm going to edit it to be... If I go to my timers... I will edit test to now have a line requirement of just 2 lines. So surely 2 lines should be said and it should fire. But I'm wondering if it's looking at YouTube for its requirement of lines. Just to find the most expensive way to shove their heads up their asses.
Adonai, is something bothering you? Just doing the math on how long we'll be kept waiting here.
Apparently someone will be here shortly.
Maybe if I pass the time by glaring around the place, I'll improve the mood. It'll improve my mood. Okay. Ooh. Okay, let's start with this. To think this is only one room. This complex is so massive that it doesn't even feel man-made. It's like it was carved out of the rock by waves, like it has always been here. That's the con. If this place was actually natural, there'd be birds everywhere. I hadn't considered that. Why aren't there birds in here? Probably because of what they do to the ones that got in. I'm kidding.
Though I don't have a better explanation.
So it's just these two things. Let's do this.
They changed the logo again.
Noble Electronics. How's it feel stepping in here? Is this some kind of religious experience for you?
It's just the corporation where my father worked.
Careful now, or they'll burn you for heresy against the company.
You said it again. The company, as if it's a proper noun. You're mimicking the employees, aren't you?
So it can obey simple orders, but it can pick up on that.
Is it just part of the corporate culture?
Noble's one of the biggest corporations there is. One of the biggest there's ever been. We mere humans can't hope to escape the gravity of anything that size, no matter where you live or how far off the grid you think you are. So imagine what it's like working for them. You live in company dorms, work in company quarters. Wherever you go, that logo's above your head. You eat, sleep, and breathe on Noble's timetable at its discretion. When you spend your whole life inside of it, Noble must feel big enough to be the only company there is.
Okay, last one. So much energy, so many people, also intent.
You're kidding. It's Saturday, the place is half empty.
But doesn't everyone work on Saturdays?
All the parents do, so they don't need to find childcare on Sunday. Everyone else flips a coin, I guess.
All these people for 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. What could they all possibly be doing?
Making work for themselves.
You can be very cynical, can't you?
Yeah, I'm terrible.
But that guy's over there just been jiggling his cursor around for the last 20 seconds. It's a weird name of a company, yeah. Noble got true. Whoever comes to greet us better have a pulse and some goddamn authority. My mood's starting to sour. If they just send me the first link in their infinite chain of corporate bureaucracy, I'll make them wish.
Morgan? That's me.
Hey there. And, hey there. Android Manufacturing Quality Control Eastern Division. Wait, I know, because that's, hey there. Android Manufacturing Quality Control Eastern Division. Evan Dawes. Evan Dawes, he says, like it's an afterthought. What's a name compared to your place in the hierarchy? You seem familiar. Have you?
I'm David's lawyer.
Oh, then we must have.
Apologies. Let me first say just how sorry I am about his passing. You and everyone else at the company must be going through a lot right now.
As if it's a proper noun.
Thank you for taking the time to meet with me.
You're welcome, but it's no big deal. Everyone on the razor today, but what else is new? I don't know why I've decided this man is aggressively... Oh, given the Shaggy voice, more Scoob.
And compared to PR illegal right now, our worklords in QA are... Never mind. How can I assist you?
Yeah, I'll do Shaggy. Yeah, you know what? That's actually perfect. Great suggestion, Alistair. Shaggy it is.
Shortly before his passing, Dr. Asher began the process of registering this android.
Yes, that is correct.
Unfortunately, he wasn't able to finish the job. Look at that. It's definitely custom.
Gee, you think?
Good thing I thought out an expert. Warm. It goes without saying. Reminds me of the A16 Premiere, if anything. The barcode is clearly printed. No visible defects.
Wait, how do I do the Shag?
Well, you're right. It doesn't correspond to anything we've got on file.
I don't know how to do the Shaggy voice. It's so hard.
Like, Scoob. Well, they sent you the right man for the job. Now we just need to go to the right place.
It's like...
Not far, I hope. It's in the building.
In the building. That could mean anything from down the hall to half a day's hike.
The production line on B9 should have everything you need.
You do manufacturing inside your corporate headquarters.
B9's a fully functional production floor, but it was only built for demonstrative purposes. New clients make deals upstairs about how many and in what shape or size, and then they come down to the basement to see how the sausage gets made. They have enough money to build a fake factory just for guests.
Smart. So long as you're only giving tours and not giving away company secrets.
No need to worry about that. We take intellectual security very seriously around here.
No kidding.
There are 11 cameras on us at the moment that I can see, and who knows how many pairs of modded eyes are aimed our way. Clearly nothing happens here without the almighty company knowing about it. So if they try to claim ignorance about anything, it's gonna piss me off.
Lead the way.
Ooh, fun. Fun. Okay. Alright, I might leave it here. I don't know how long this next sequence is going to be. And if you can't tell by the Shaggy, my voice is starting to collapse a bit. So I think I'm going to save here. And I think, do I want to... Nah, I think I might end stream here. I think that might be the play. What the... Excuse me... Twitch, please stop being incredibly stupid. Okay. Alright. I'm quote unquote ending stream here. Heavy emphasis on quote unquote. Because I'm now going to try and fix all of my streamer bot stuff. So we're gonna close the so we saved? Yep, we saved. We're gonna quit. We're going to go ahead and go to actually, you know what? Actually, no. Yeah, so we'll just be on just chatting. And now I'm basically going to sit here testing all my stuff until it starts working again. So feel free to sit and chat and stay and help me with that. So, how long ago was... So this is a test. Was it for Tway? So in like 1 minute, if time reactions are working properly, Clockwork should say this is a test again. That's the goal. But I have a feeling it's not doing that. Yeah, saying the company like a priest will say, yeah, exactly. The company. It's Sonic. It's me, the devil. I'm here to convince you to do sin. Wait, I don't know why that became Victor. Okay. This is literally waiting. Wait, I should put on, where? Is that working? Yeah. Some music to make it a little less awkward while I should also update. So, I mean, it's fine on YouTube. YouTube doesn't really matter. But I will update on Twitch to make the category just chatting and to make the title testing stuff on stream right now. Okay. Just to make it very clear so like people know that nothing actually is really going on. Now, Clockwork should have fired. So what if I start doing like test 2, test 3 over here? Or is it just genuinely not working with the lines command?
Oh, you see that coming up on the chat box. This is because this is a different chat box than the one on. So usually YouTube doesn't show up on the chat box. And I go to my if I go back here and I steal, where's the chat box? I gotta just steal the. Wait, what is it? Here. Yeah, this. Properties. Steal this. Go over to my main just chatting. Alright. And then I will take this and paste. Okay, cool. That's made the text really big for some reason. Probably because I did something dumb. But oh well. Oh. If I go to old chat, I go to Twitch chat. Oh man, let me do this. No, I don't want that. I just this is annoying me now. We set its height to like 600. What is... Okay, transform, reset transform. Did I set to like 6,000 or something? What's going on? I did set it to 6,000. That's exactly what's going on. Okay, so this needs to be more like... Needs to be more like, I don't know, 900 almost. Like double that. And then like 1,200. That's a bit better. There we go. So, what we have confirmed, though, is that this timed action just completely isn't working. So all the timed actions on StreamerBot just aren't working. And I don't know why. Okay, let's see. Twitch. Okay. Let me do a little bit of bug debugging. Okay, so if I go to like timed actions of working. Okay. It might just be because of the lines requirement, which might mean that I no longer can have a lines requirement. It will just mean that Clockwork can... Okay, yeah. I think for now, what I'm just gonna do is I'm going to go to all my timers. I'll quickly go to my actions and I'll disable test. So I'm gonna go all my timers and just remove their lines requirement completely. Because usually so as a little look behind this curtain, what I usually have is all of my commands have an amount of lines of text that have to be said. So if chat's dead, Clockwork won't just start spamming over and over again. They'll wait for, people to start messaging and then new Clockwork messages will come through. And also it's to prevent, I guess I can't really not have lines on YouTube because the whole point is for it to be sent after someone sends a message. I guess I can just have it send every... I guess it may be every just 30 minutes on YouTube, so that it's not too spammy. What's 30 minutes? What's 30 minutes in seconds? 30 times 60, I think, is 1,800. Wait, 3 times 6 is 18. And then it's... Put 2 zeros on it. 1,800. Should be 30 minutes.
So now all my commands should start working again from not having a lines requirement. I think it's because I've added YouTube in. Like, I may have to just remove YouTube and do it manually. Because the only reason I added YouTube was so that it would automatically notify people on YouTube. But maybe I just get a different application to do that. That might have to be the option. All right. The next thing to test, or to set up, is I wanted to create so similar to the phishing system. So basically, to explain how the phishing system works, because the phishing was actually a test for a lot of things. How the phishing system works is on a timer, it runs a command to reset everyone's ability to fish. And then simply once you fished, it puts a marker to say you can't fish again. And I could use the exact same system to allow subs to do text-to-speech for free. Because it will mean that subs can have like one text-to-speech message, let's say every hour, 2 hours, and then it will reset every 2 hours and you get another one. That's at least the plan. You see, my whole overlay, this overlay is designed for clean footage of the game. Like it gives clean footage of the game, a clean footage of me, and then clean footage of like all the chat stuff and everything. Though I am planning on doing a little bit of research in having another thing recording me to give me like truly clean footage of me in the game, but that's too fancy for me right now. Just recording it all right now is impressive enough for me. I'm sort of just waiting to see if any of these time actions trigger right now in a weird way. Like the second one triggers, or by process of elimination we wait a while and none trigger, we know something's wrong. I may also have to change some of the numbers on them if I can't have a lines requirement. Like fishing is currently set to once every 10 minutes. All right. I think it's just pet or pat. I think there's no S for the command. I'm nearly finished my chicken fried rice, which is a very sad, sad day. In terms of, there won't be a stream tomorrow. There may be there won't be a stream tomorrow. There likely won't be a stream Tuesday. Well, like this stream for me is the Saturday stream. I don't know if that's the case for you guys, but for me, this is the Saturday stream. There's no Sunday stream, might be a Monday stream, likely no Tuesday stream. Or if there is a Tuesday stream, it will start late. And then Wednesdays may start late. Wednesdays, I have something on like that's about to start happening in the mornings, which will mean that it's like whenever I get back and get set up, that's when stream starts. So those streams may be very scuffed. I decided now is a good time to do this sort of... Is today Valentine's Day? When is Valentine's Day? Oh, it is. Yeah, today is Valentine's Day. Huh. Wild. I didn't know that. And in other news, I am single. You can figure out if someone is single or in a relationship. Like, you can guarantee someone is not in a relationship if they don't know what day Valentine's Day is. Because, like, if they forget that stuff, well, they're not going to be in a relationship soon enough. Would have been quicker to set a test one to a really low timer, yes. But I mean, I can just chill here and chat on stream for a little longer. All right. There will be probably a short uploaded tomorrow. There will be, and then I'm hoping to get a video uploaded soon, which would be the part 2 of the Sonic video. And then after that, actually releasing some new videos, because those ones, like, they're good, but I think it's like the game was a bit long to where packing it into one video was too hard and I had to go into 2. But your mom makes a big deal, but yeah, that's the trick. Me and my brother do not care that much, I don't think. But the next video I plan to make after part 2 of the Sonic video will be a video on the anime story stream, and then probably a video on the Minecraft saga. That's my current plan. All right. Awesome. So, I mean, I'm just sitting here basically waiting for one of these, mainly the fishing one. Because fishing should be first. It should be like a 10-minute and then fishing triggers. And then we know that that's at least working. And then that's good. And then also if the YouTube one fires over here, that should also be good. Because it's I mean, my goal right now is to make good. Yeah. I mean, I'm fully focused on this right now, so I'm not really looking. But who knows? Who knows when things fall into your lap, you know? Sometimes stuff just happens and you just gotta react to it. My goal right now with streaming is I just want to make cool content for you guys and then use like the YouTube and stuff to just try and get more people over here. And so like the short that I'm releasing tomorrow, I put a lot more, like a fair bit of effort into it. I'm going to try and start making some cooler shorts to hopefully break through the algorithm. I don't understand short form content, man. I don't understand what succeeds and what fails. I feel like some of them aren't too bad, but then it usually does the reverse of whatever I think. Like I'll upload one and I'm like, this one's a bit lazy. It's not going to do that well. And then pew, it's like got better analytics. And then I upload one where I'm like, all right, I worked really hard on this. It's going to be great. And then it's pew, joosh, completely crashes and burns. So I don't understand short form. And then long form, I think I just need to put in more. Like the first part of the Sonic, I'm probably gonna match the second part of the Sonic to the first part of the Sonic. So very low editing and just cutting it down to sort of the shortened run. It's more a playthrough video than anything. But then for the anime story video, I plan on properly like editing and cutting that down to probably, I'm thinking trying to cut that down to like a 30-minute really powerful, like impactful, snappy video could be good. I'm not sure. You never know with these sorts of things. Like, it's all a learning experience. Editing has been a real learning experience for me. Just like streaming, honestly. Streaming is a learning experience for sure. There's lots of things about it that have surprised me. There's lots of things that have been all I know is like your hook is important. Like you have to have a good hook. Oh, the waters have calmed and you may fish again. Okay, so Clockwork did say we could fish again. However, oh wait, is the YouTube action not set up to go off of looping right now? No, it is set up to go for timed actions. What if I test the trigger? Will it then work? Yes, it does. Okay. So, I'm just gonna have to remove the line count from my timers for a bit, which might cause some weird stuff to happen on stream, but hey, it's better to have them working than not working at all. I'll have to adjust those numbers. I'm probably gonna hop off of stream now. It was a fun game, but I gotta rest my voice. This game, I gotta. Yeah, TikTok makes a lot more sense to me, whereas YouTube Shorts are weird. The trick about YouTube is it has the best algorithm, but that algorithm makes no sense. Because it's the best algorithm, it doesn't go off of any data points you can understand. It's like a black box. Whereas like TikTok is you can understand a lot more of why something's being fed and why is something doing well. Yeah. My goal is to release just good content that people will enjoy and to get eyes on me and hopefully on my streams. But yeah. Anyways, I hope that all of you have enjoyed. I will be continuing to play Of the Devil. We will be continuing from investigating Noble's headquarters. I will continue to struggle trying to do all the voices, but I'm really enjoying it. I think it was a good fit to replace Slay the Princess. It's sort of a similar game. And then I am going to pick another game probably to start on stream at some point. I'm really enjoying doing the Minecraft. I'm really enjoying this. I do want to maybe start doing some League of Legends on stream because I'm kind of in a League of Legends like hyperfixation right now and playing it a bunch off stream. So I should probably just play on stream and like get the hours like doubled of like productivity. I guess League of Legends is not considered productivity. So I guess just have it be productive technically. Wait, what? How did my mic just peak to above 0? It's not supposed to be able to do that. What? I have it literally programmed to never go above -5. Okay, you know what? Cool. I don't understand audio. I don't understand anything. But thank you, Alistair, for sticking around to the end. Thank you, anyone else who is watching. Thank you for everyone who came along. And until we meet at fairer waters, farewell.